Greetings, travelers, and welcome back to Goldbound. How we all doing? Cheers to the coffee. Another day in blasted lands. See what we can't get up to. Yesterday, connection was good. Let's hope for the same today. That's all we can hope for, right? Bing, bang, boom. Chris Ellison, Jaeger, Eric, Bender, Tomati. Good morning. I guess it's afternoon now. I wanted to test a bit more of like a noon stream start to see how the more afternoon connection holds up with the new settings. So we'll have to see. Hopefully good. Oh. Got a rare spawn. Real quick, gonna grab that. Every time I see a rare in Blasted Lands, you better believe I'm grabbing it. There we go. I feel like the first couple rares I killed, I was always getting the rare version of the quest item, but lately I haven't been getting the rare one. Interesting. Plum. Greetings, traveler. Oh wait, upcoming appointment. Interesting. Hard day on work started yesterday. IT support technician. Oh yeah. 8 p.m. in Denmark. Almost time to go to bed to get up early. Well, hope you have a good rest. Nice restful sleep. War Zelda. Euro Gang time. Glad to catch me live. Thanks for popping in. Well, yeah, well, I guess I should have like a world clock to know where it is in certain places. My current time, I don't know if realm time changes, but my current time is noon. And luckily, it looks like we're getting full amounts of thorium from the small veins. I did want to level up my mining high enough to start getting the higher level ones, so we'll see. I think I will need 275 for the rich thorium veins down in the corner. Yeah. Snores. Greetings, traveler. 2K thorium stream when? It's gonna happen. It'll happen in Blasted Lands. It'll probably be next week. Once I've kind of discovered a couple of the farms, I think we'll do a... it'll likely be a thorium stream or something like that. Something like that, but we'll do one. It'll be good. Once we kind of have a good lay of the land and know which farms we want to juice, I'll juice it. I might, we'll see how it goes. First off, I want to see how the clams sell, because if clams are higher gold per hour, I very well may well do a clam stream instead, but we'll see. I mean, heck it, we could do both. We just do run it back to back. All right, quick little silken treasure chest. Silken treasure chest. Let's see how the loot is looking today. Stone grip gauntlets. We have a couple of those. I think those are kind of common. Still, love to see the chests. Mika DK with the Twitch Prime as well. Welcome in. How much gold is 2,000 thorium? So 2,000 thorium is only like 5,000 gold. The real gem, pun intended, is the gems you get along the way. So the arcane crystals. So if we farm 2,000 thorium ore, we should have like 60 or so, maybe more arcane crystals, and those are 400 gold each right now. So 60 times 400. How much is that? Let me do the quick. We gotta fix the basic calculator in game, but 60 times 400. Well, 6 times 4. Is that 24,000? No. It is 24,000. So theoretically, if we got 60 arcane crystals, it would be like 24,000 plus 5,000 gold. So it could be about 30,000 gold in value. You know, we'll see though. I don't know how that would go. I do have to Before we do that, get my mining up though. It's currently at 207, so today we'll get to 275 mining for sure. I have a couple other things to do today too, but I want to get our mining in a position where we can actually see the gold per hour. Because I don't actually know how much, you know, thorium we get per hour here, or how much arcane crystals we're getting per hour. I mean, there's one. May as well put it up on the board. And thorium. Am I still having problems? Yesterday was good. I had no connectivity problems yesterday. We changed some stuff on the network side. I do want to do a bit of a later stream today, so stream a bit later in the afternoon, which is when I was having a lot of the problems before, just to see if that fixes it as well. So we'll see today. But yesterday was really good. I did disconnect from Twitch, but that's because I pressed the off button. And that's a surefire way to disconnect, is if you turn the stream off. So that's not my internet's fault. Let's open our second Silken Treasure Chest of the day, by the way. Let's go. Mugthal's Helm. Not bad, not great. Yeah, that's not a tech issue. That's a skill issue. That right there is the definition of skill issue. Yeah. This is so much feeding your WoW addiction. It's perfect. It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun going through these zones. Man, we're getting all kinds of crystals here. Tom, good evening. Citizens, any news on the internet today? Found the problem? Well, yesterday was all good. So, like, at this point, it's almost like diagnosing by... What's the word? Where you diagnose by process of elimination. So, the thing we changed for yesterday's stream, we had no issues yesterday. So, if it also has no issues today, then it's a pretty good chance we fix the problem. We'll see. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. Oh my gosh, guys, we're goated for arcane crystals. Booted up stream, we got like 2,000 golden arcane crystals already. What? Snores, you think you chipped your tooth? Really? Or are you talking about my tooth? Because I chipped my tooth last week. You said a bit of tooth pain as you turned the stream on? Uh-oh. Hopefully it's all good. Remember the story I was telling you guys, was it last week or the week before, where Pathwife and I made Easter chocolates that had a caramel that was too hard? I straight up chipped my tooth off, guys. Yeah, I have a dentist appointment tomorrow. I foreseed it happening. I didn't eat it for like a week, and I was like, you know what, it's probably fine. I'm probably overreacting. No. I have a chipped tooth now. The front one. I didn't like chip the tooth, but like when I was younger, this is gonna make me sound really crazy, but like I was quite young when I was doing this. You know how sometimes you'd like be laying down, and then as you stood up, you'd like hold your breath and you'd kind of pass out. I don't know how old I was. I was not that old, okay, for the record. But I did that, and I passed out, and I hit face first into the granite countertop, and I chipped my tooth. You know, as you do. You know, I'm not trying to defend the actions there. I don't do that anymore. That's kind of a weird thing to do. But anyways, I chipped my tooth then, and then I got like a filler in, like on the front tooth. So it was like a patchwork job. And that is what came off when I was eating the caramel. Yeah. Orthostatic hypotension. That's the word. That's it. Yeah. I think I would have had like low blood pressure back then or something. Because it would happen a lot. I would stand up too fast and get stars and... Yeah. Blood pressure dropping from standing up too fast. Yeah, that must be exactly what it was. And so yeah, I passed out, hit my face. That was a long time ago. But I was eating the caramel and it took it off. But I didn't... Like, yeah, I thought I was chewing with my back teeth, but I guess I wasn't. I guess I got some, I don't know how it came off. I didn't really realize it happened until I stopped eating. and I felt my teeth, and I was like, oh, that feels different. So I have a, long story short, guys, I have a dentist appointment tomorrow to hopefully get like the cap put back on, because like the front teeth, you can't really see it, but it's like half my tooth is gone now. So no stream tomorrow, unfortunately. I gotta go to the dentist. It's not gonna be the most fun thing, but... Which would normally be not a very big thing, but I live in quite a small town, so the nearest dentist is like 2 hours away. So it ends up being like a full day endeavor. But... I'll probably go to the store and stuff and get some, like, go to Costco, stock up. Thankful for modern medicine. Oh my goodness. I would, I think about this a lot, actually. I don't think I would be here if not for modern medicine. I have, it's gotten a lot better as I've gotten older, but I have really severe asthma when I was younger, like hospitalized for asthma attacks. I have food allergies that are like anaphylactic, and like just those two things alone, I feel like if there was no modern medicine, I don't think I'd make it to this age. You know what I'm saying? So thankfully, we do have modern medicine, and I can have my inhalers and avoid certain foods. Yeah. Not to mention my vision's quite bad, so I may have gotten attacked by a bear or something and not seen it come. I'm definitely built for the era of the world I was born into, I think, you know. Although there's been, you know, some people say that a lot of these issues are, you know, maybe from, like, especially food allergies, maybe more from, like, more, what's the word? Like, developed from more modernized food practices. I don't know how true that is, but perhaps maybe back in the day I wouldn't have had food allergies. Who knows? Or maybe it's just now people who have food allergies can live longer to pass them on, so maybe I'm going to be muddying the bloodlines, but sorry, guys. My nut allergy is, will continue. Snores, I think you're right. Also, an angry Mexican guy. What's good? Yo, yo, yo. What's the opposite of survival of the fittest? Yeah, it's kind of weird because, like, aside from a lot of medical stuff, I'm generally, like, a pretty good physical condition. But that physical condition is pretty contingent upon modern medicine. The way I said it there, it sounds like I'm on, like, steroids. I'm not, but, like, I just don't know if I would be as healthy of a person or around if I didn't have asthma medication or epinephrine and things like that if I have a nut allergy. The measles scare and pathway have called me measles boy. Yeah, I do remember that. I do remember that. So yeah. Aren't asthma meds literally steroids? I guess they're corticosteroids. Yeah, I don't take anabolic steroids. But they are in that class. A lot of things are, I guess, if you classify it with the modern term. But yeah, like the modern term of steroid definitely means anabolic steroids, I would say. You always wondered how many cooks got executed because their food taster was allergic. Oh my goodness, like back in the day, the king's like, hey, test this for poison. And then the food taster is like allergic to something, and then they die, and then the cook's like, hey, you're trying to assassinate me. That's a good point. That's probably happened. Wow, I've never thought about that, but that's actually probably happened at some point. Yeah, being allergic to penicillin sucks. I'm also allergic to penicillin, guys. At this rate, I don't know. It might be more common for me to not be allergic to something. I'm not allergic to farming gold. People don't understand how OP antibiotics are. Oh, it's so true. Going back to the thing about how, like, I might not be here if it wasn't for modern medicine. I've had to have like 2 root canals where I've had like an abscess tooth. I think back in the day, if you get an abscess tooth, like an infection in your head, that's literally a death sentence if you don't have antibiotics and you can't get in there to get it out. Like it'll just like, you just can't fix it. I forget which class I was in, but I remember hearing about this one story of this one, oh, I wish I knew the details better, but basically it was this one very wealthy man who was from very far away, but his ruins, like his body was found buried around Stonehenge, and he had like a crazy massive abscessed tooth, and that was the cause of death. And so it's, I think they kind of, you know, piece things together, and he was a very wealthy, affluent kind of person, but then he got a infected tooth and gave him like really bad pain. I think they found pieces of his journal, and then he just started traveling the world trying to find healers to fix his tooth, and then he ended up dying from it. So I feel like, yeah, like in past centuries, or even like not even that long ago, the things that are so much more routine for us now would have been just like GG, you know? So let's roll. Glad to have the assistance of medicine in those situations. All right, we're at 227 mining. Let's keep going. 275, or actually, it kind of seems like, let's look at this. Rich thorium vein, how much thorium do I get from it? Oh, so we're actually, we're at the mining level that we can actually gather thorium efficiently. So let's go ahead and sell off our stuff. So I have a fresh stock of thorium to sell. And let's just test a bit of gold per hour here. Do what we came to do. I have a sneaking suspicion that mining may be the best consistent gold per hour here, so we're about to find out. Starting to really stockpile on some greens and stuff here. Loot appraiser, new session. All right. I do want to actually, while I'm at it here, put that there and go. You had an infected tooth. That's why you're missing one tooth. Yeah, because like you can pull it or you can leave it and try to get a root canal. It's like there's not too many options, eh? Alright, so definitely, it kind of feels like we've fallen into a little bit of a consistent route here. So let's see if we can keep the nodes going. How many arcane crystals per 100 thorium ore? I bet you it's like 3 crystals per 100 thorium ore, like on average, but that's just like a complete estimate. We'll have to get some more details. You didn't even have the option as you were dying and had to have it removed ASAP. Oh, wow. So it was quite serious then. They're just like, let's get this out of here. Yeah. Is Transmute Arcanite Bar still a 2-day CD, or has Blizzard finally removed that? I don't think there's a cooldown. I think they removed that. However, we can't do it. I forget which zone it is, but there's one zone that we need to unlock to get the alchemy recipes to transmute it, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I thought there was. But I do think Blizzard took out the CD. Only current content transmute and stuff, I believe, have CDs now. I think that's what they did. Oh yeah, we also get a little bit of true silver. Put that up here. Oh, yeah, we also get rough stone. I mean, it doesn't add up for much, but it's not nothing. It's probably worth going into the cave as well to get these. Isn't Transmute Arcanite Bar just requiring 300 points? Maybe. Maybe I'm thinking about something else. I think there's... Yeah. I might be thinking about something else, but there's definitely one recipe that's sold from a vendor in like Winter Spring or something. Which one is that? Or Tenaris. I don't know if it's Transmute Arcanite Bar. It was definitely something to do with the legendary crafts, though. Current gold per hour. I mean, we've only been going for 3 minutes. Currently pacing for 8,000 gold per hour, so we'll have to see. Plus, as we fly around, we have a chance at finding rare spawns, too. But yeah, I'd have to check the alchemy trainer again to double check that. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I think it is sold. Yeah, the Transmute Arcanite Bar recipe is sold in Tenaris. So we won't be able to make it into Tenaris, that's what it was. To max mining, or you think it's better to go PvP? Really? Why would it be better to go PvP for mining? I'm curious. I feel like the off chance I get killed once or twice, it probably wouldn't be as worth it. But is there more nodes if you have PvP flagged? I don't think there would be. Unless maybe the idea is it'd be less populated of people farming. Oh, mine the PvE version after PvP, like swap phases. Wouldn't you have to teleport? I'll probably avoid the phase swap. I tend to prefer the more chill, simpler approaches. I try not to do like realm or phase swapping and stuff, if avoidable. Because there very well may be a benefit to like, not necessarily war mode hopping, but if you like get like group invites and phase shift to like phase hop in the Tainted Forest, because you pretty much only get the rich nodes down in the Tainted Forest. So it might actually be better to do something like that where you can swap between basically like layer hopping down there, but just not the way I roll. I feel like layer hopping in retail is a bit more nuanced as well. With the applicants in. Do I have the mining route kind of down now at this point? I do. So I do it pretty much like a loop, but every now and then I fly in to check on these rare spawns here. So like this little pull in that I just did was more so to see if those rare spawns had respawned. Because if we're doing mining loops, we may as well be checking on the rare spawns as well to see if any of them are up. Other than that, it's pretty much like a perimeter. up this ridge. So far, so good, though. Definitely we want to have a little, or as much uptime down here in the Tainted Forest as possible. Just because down in the Tainted Forest, we have the rich thorium veins. I don't think I've ever seen a non-rich vein down here, so it's definitely worth our time. From our learnings yesterday, we are going to go ahead and leave the Felspore Boglords, leave them be until maybe next week. I'll be testing Dual Gathering or something like that. And if we have Herbalism leveled up, I'll give another try on them for like half an hour. Just to see if Herbalism sways the gold per hour up. But I think we've already made more gold mining for 6 minutes than we made in 60 minutes of farming the Fel Bog, so we'll leave them for now. Of course, the big ticket here is the arcane crystals, so we gotta hope for more and more of those. And I have actually been going inside the caves. I haven't been really avoiding the caves, so if I see a node inside, I go in. More so just for the fact, not because it's super fast to go in and out, but I think if you get the nodes in the caves, it can help force the spawns on other nodes in the zone, so maybe one of the nodes that we force the spawn of is in the Tainted Forest, and it's one of the rich ones. Am I also gathering timber in this zone? I haven't yet. I'm, just with how restricted we are with what decor we can craft, I'm pretty much fully stocked on the couple of decor things we can create, so I don't have, like if I farmed more lumber right now, I wouldn't necessarily have something to use it on, so I could later, but right now I don't really need to. I think at this point it would just slow down the time between nodes. A lot of rich nodes in Silver Spring. Yeah, I wonder what the actual best zone is for farming thorium. I wonder. Favorite IRL profession? Oh, I don't know. I haven't tried most of the IRL professions. I haven't swapped specs that often. But, I don't know. I don't know what my favorite IRL profession would be. Powerlifting, don't want to swap that one. That's more of like a, I don't know. Is that a profession? I guess it could be a profession. I guess content creator could be a profession, right? That's probably my favorite IRL profession. Oh, I missed one of the ones down there. Oh, rare spawn. Quick, tag the rare spawn. Interesting. So it seemed like the first 2 or 3 rares I killed, I got the rare version of this. And the last couple ones have just been giving me like the green one, not the blue one. Maybe the blue one is more rare than I realized. Just want to check is let's see here. Make sure my dual streaming chat is working. I haven't seen a Twitch chat. Oh, there we go. There's also purple ones. Wait, what? How much are the purple ones worth? Ooh, we definitely want to farm those up. Because the green ones, we're talking about these, the fragments here, the quest fragments. You can either sell on the auction house or hand them in to get like a random BOE. The green ones are like 10 gold each and give you a green. The blue ones are like 700 gold each or give you a blue. So I'm wondering what the epic ones would be worth. You gotta think it'd be quite profitable. Aren't all Canadians lumberjacks? Contrary to popular belief, man, I got like a lisp ever since I broke my tooth. Not all of us are lumberjacks. That would be a kind of a cool, I think that'd be a cool profession. Like it'd be kind of fun for a little bit, but then it's pretty dangerous. So the more you do it, like the higher risk you're running, right? Especially if you're doing tree topping. This IRL profession is tax avoiding? Like an accountant? This IRL profession? You definitely want to have an accountant in your raid group, you know? Or in your guild. There's some professions you want to bring along. I've been working through my taxes this year, which are a little more confusing than in previous years. Oh. I feel like before we started timing, we were getting arcane crystals left and right, and ever since I started timing this session, we've been getting no arcane crystals. So the mining gold farm, I think is going to be quite variable and pretty contingent on how lucky you get with arcane crystals. There's a rare. When you see the rare before the rare scanner, let's go. Got the Master's Cloak, okay. What will I do if I get 2 tokens in one zone? Yeah, like with Stealth Blade we could, like theoretically near the end of when we already have like 190,000 gold, we could end up selling Stealth Blade or something like that. I would just roll 2 zones, and then I would try to, I mean, assuming it's 2 zones, not more, I would probably just do like a 1 week kind of farm session each zone to start off with, for like a video in each zone. And then, if at that point, after doing a week in each zone, we have a new token, then move on to the next. But I would try to give each zone still its hour in the spotlight, you know? Basically, just try to find all the best farms and kind of find cool little things in each zone and have a dedicated video for each one. Almost a year of Goldbound. We're approaching it, yeah. We'll have to do something special for the year. Well, there's like the YouTube anniversary, which would be the first episode of Goldbound, but then there's also the stream anniversary, which would be either like the first stream or getting Twitch partner would probably be a good one to do an event on. Okay, this is the most confusing cave in the game. I'm sold on it. Try to convince me otherwise. Like where? Oh, it's not that confusing. Okay, that's my bad. Blasted Lands is throwing me for a loop. The caves and everything here is a little bit different than other zones. Like there's new layouts in the caves, is what I'm just trying to say. Keeping me on my toes. This one I've gotten pretty used to now. I can kind of go in and get the ore pretty quickly, but Yesterday, it was actually throwing me for a loop. Is this my full-time job? Yeah. Yeah, doing full-time content creation, YouTube and Twitch now. Since, I guess, September of 2025. So we've been actually rolling full-time for a while. Which has been dream come true. Been rolling. Been out here grinding. Gaming. Editing. Magical. Is it up here or is it down there? It must be down there. Yeah, it's down there. Jaeger, you can't remember if you were there for the first literal stream, but you're at 72 now, 8 months sub. You might have been. So, I mean, my first ever stream was the 2000 copper ore in Elwyn. So if you were there for that, that was the first ever stream. So that's an easy one to remember. Because that was the, no, that was the, the 2000 copper ore in Redridge. I didn't stream at all in Elwyn. I was just doing the videos, and then we did the no cam Redridge stream. And the rest is history, guys, I guess. Here we are. Standard ogre mount. Ogres in World of Warcraft are unique creatures. Rare drops and everything, but it can be kind of confusing to get around. Man, I really hope we get a couple more arcane crystals this test run. I'm sure we will, but you never know. Been a great year, dude. You're the GOAT. Appreciate it, Jaeger. Greetings, traveler. Got the shirt. Oh yeah, we got the Greetings Travelers apparel. Patholerics.shop should be in the YouTube description. I've been actually between the shirt and the hoodie, and also the shorts. I got some shorts now. It's been my like workout outfit lately, and to be fair, my streaming outfit as well. But it's been good. Is there any big ticket mogs from this zone? As far as I'm aware, there is, but it's all through the, like, world drops, right? I don't think... I could find out more in the future. I don't think there's any specific mobs, aside from some of the rares, that have, like, good value drops. Like, there's not, like, the white items we were seeing in Dunmoreau. But the rares can drop the crystals, or the rares can drop crazy value, and the chests here can also drop crazy value. Plus, just every mob out here can have world drop epics, right? So, we were talking yesterday how some of these mobs can drop the Skullflame shield, technically. We can't technically specifically farm for it, but the more mobs we kill, the higher chance we have at getting a world drop epic. Will we probably get a world drop epic while we're in this zone? I mean, probably not, but could we? 100% we could. How do I shift mogs on the auction house so quick? You always struggle? What do you mean by shift? Like sell? Like, it really just comes down to, if you're talking about selling, the law of large numbers, right? I post every day. It's like 30 minutes of posting auction house. I probably have on my auction house tune like 900 to like 1100 auctions. And any given day, only like 0 to like 4 will sell. So a pretty small percentage. But now that we have more and more building up, we start to see some sell. But we just hope it's the higher value ones. But it definitely is a long game, right? Like it's... I don't know if I do, but I probably do. But there's, I think I might even have some transmog from Elwyn that still hasn't sold. I think I have some like stone knoll hammers still from Elwyn that I'm holding on to that have probably been relisted like 250 times now. So it's definitely just like they do sell eventually. You just gotta keep relisting. Yeah, it's a volume and time game, right? It's just right place, right time. The longer you have it listed, you might find that one person who comes by and buys your auction. But then you're also hoping that someone else didn't come undercut you in the last hour. So sometimes the item might sell, but you got undercut right before it sells. But yeah, I know we've definitely been seeing some more movement lately on the transmog, and I do think that's just a function of having more listed. Seems like you were thinking of a different purple item from the rares. Oh, okay. The rares can only drop the green and blue quest items. Okay. I'm curious now what the blue drop rates are. Maybe we'll get one right here. Let me go get this rare. Nope. What are we? 4 rares? I think we've killed 4 rares today, and so far no blue items, but we're also kind of going dry on arcane crystals here. We're 24 minutes in and have 1 arcane crystal. That doesn't seem right. Luckily, we'll have, you know, we'll be farming a lot of thorium in this zone probably, so we'll be able to put a bit of a larger number to the test, but we'll see. How many different transmogs do I have listed? I think it's like 800 to 1100, depending on the time, for different mogs. Although some of those might be duplicates of the same transmog. I just have them all listed. So maybe like 600 unique transmogs. Oh, there's an arcane crystal. Nice. Perhaps around there. How is Blasted Lands going? So far, so good. I mean, if there's one thing to say about Blasted Lands, is there's a good amount of different farms to try out. So I'm having a lot of fun just going around testing them, right? That's like my favorite part of this challenge, is just finding new mobs that have different trade goods or items and just testing the farms. So like right now, we're doing a quick little test of the mining loop to see how much gold per hour we can potentially make mining. I don't know. I just like doing that. So it's fun to have a bunch of different mobs that are there for different drops. You definitely remember reading that 1000 stock was the base for transmog. Yeah, I think like a good way to look at transmog is as you start building up your transmog auction house, just post everything, right? Even if it's like very cheap, just keep everything posted until you get to 1000 transmogs. And then as you do that, keep listing. And then when you get to like 1200, you'll be like, all right, this is taking a while to post all of these. And then just trim the cheapest 200 and just do that over time. Because I feel like 1000, it's like a manageable amount to post every day, but over time you'll just have more and more value in that 1000 if you only ever, like, as you get more stock, you take off the cheaper ones, and as you're going, you're also selling some, but you're farming and adding more transmog to the pool as well. So for example, like on my transmog character right now, my cutoff is about 750 gold. So if I don't think an item will sell for more than that, I don't send it over to him. So my threshold has increased over time. Whereas starting the challenge, the threshold was like 50 gold. If I thought I could sell it for 50 gold, it would go to the transmog alt. Bright, hi. Carl Stream TV, how's it going? Wowhead says about 50-50 for green or blue when you kill a rare. Oh wow, so we've begun getting unlucky in a couple aspects today. Arcane crystals and the rare crystals. How much does it cost to constantly list transmog? It does depend on what expansion you're farming in. I think, I could be wrong, but I think the deposit is it's related to the vendor sell price. So if your transmog is from like a higher expansion and has a higher sell price, the deposit to list it would be more. For my character, it's like probably 300, like 100 to like 200 gold to relist all my transmog in auction house fees, and I list for 24 hours. Plus, whenever you sell, the auction house takes a cut too, so I wouldn't really count that into the cost, but you could count that as a cost. We owe a lot of the luck. A lot of the luck for the two whelps yesterday. That is true. We did get kind of lucky on the whelps, so maybe we're in luck debt. Not clam debt today, but luck debt. Do I know my inventory value at the moment on my transmog character? I do. I don't want to give too much info though on like how many items and total value, because then it could make it easier to find. But it's in the millions for sure on total value. Oh, there's one more arcane crystal. Okay, good. They're coming around. I think my like if you averaged it out, I guess if I say the average, you can get the total value. So, never mind. The theoretical value, wink, wink. Yeah, I don't know the exact value. I think it's somewhere between 3 and 8 mil. I think somewhere in that range in total transmog value on my transmog character. A lot of that, remember when we were doing Westfall, getting the Dead Mines Cleaver, like some of those were on there for like 10k, right? So that adds value pretty quick. What farm are we doing? Right now I'm testing a mining only loop. So I'm doing a loot appraiser for mining only to see how much gold per hour. Also how much thorium per hour I can get in an hour. We shall see. Is a Dranithus crystal farm viable? I think, so you're talking about like the quest items here. They kind of are just a default farm in the zone, right? Like if you're killing any mob for their loot, you'll get Dranithus crystals, or if you're flying around, you end up killing rares. So you can't just like only farm them, but you kind of end up farming them anyways with whatever farm you're doing. So I don't know if I could optimize for the crystals, aside from pretty much right now we're kind of optimized for them because we're just flying around the zone. And so theoretically we should see the rare spawns as soon as they come up, because I think the rares are kind of the best way to get the crystals. But at the same time we're also mining, so it's a bit of both. You like the green area loop? of doing all the big nodes and then skinning for a few minutes. That, honestly, I was thinking about that. I'll probably be doing some skinning today, so that might be a really good option. Because I will, I think, be testing Warbear leather today. Which does mean I'll have to go to Sunken Temple to level up skinning. Maybe we'll get another Stealth Blade. That would just be crazy if we got another Stealth Blade, though. It could happen. It could definitely happen. Scooch around. No nodes respawned. Perhaps down the road, yeah, like linking up with Swamposaurus for thorium farming, where we do like an extra big loop to kind of help the nodes respawn faster. That could be good. That could definitely be good. Could maximize a little bit of gold per hour that way. By the way, how would I rule for unlocking the zones in the future that are capital cities, but for the horde side? Do you allow a second race alt in alliance cities, like adding a gnome for the dwarf? Yeah. So I think I understand your question. Horde starting zones will give us a horde alt, and we can pretty much treat them the same way because with the World of Warcraft's Warband system now, it's cross-faction, so I could trade from Goldie to an Orc character on my account back and forth freely. So for the Warband, it doesn't really matter if they're Horde or not. So yes, the Orc and the Troll, I guess that's the same one. That's the Baron. That's the Durotar. But like Orc, Forsaken, and Tauren, those would all be crafting alt zones. So yeah, the Warband makes it really simple. Have I thought about buying the Hearthstone toy with a token yet? They're like 6 CAD. You could use the rest for Baby Murloc backpet or something. I've been thinking about it. Yes. I think I for sure will buy the Hearthstone toy with currency. I do want to have an idea. Ooh, Arcane Crystal, by the way. I just do want to have an idea of what I do with the remainder of the currency from a token. Because if I redeem one token, it's 22 Canadian dollars. And if I buy the Hearthstone pet, if it's $6, then I would have 16 Canadian dollars left over. So I'd want to figure out what I want to do with that. Maybe the Murloc backpack would be good. I'm not opposed. Yeah, I guess like transmog, game time, or just like store the BattleNet currency for giveaways. That's also a good option. Other mounts too, yeah, I could just buy the mounts that go on sale. At a certain point, it's kind of like, it's nice to have the token, but it also would be cool to keep the gold climbing in Goldie's bags. Because theoretically, if we hadn't bought tokens, we'd be sitting on like 2.8k, or sorry, 2.8 mil, which would be kind of cool. But I do really like the token mechanic for the threshold. But yeah, giveaways would be a good way to do it too. I would just save up enough BattleNet to give away. Like the Packmaster is a good one, where I think like each WoW token could be a Packmaster. Could also create another secret alt and just pay the live token price to them. That's true. And then watch the number grow. You like the token a lot, especially since the token fluctuates. Yeah, I definitely even if I definitely like the fluctuations of the token. But yeah, it would be cool to see it climb, but that's true. Seeing it go from like 2.8 mil to 3.1 just feels less substantial, I suppose. I think I'll keep it as a token for a while, but yeah. Another arcane crystal. Let's go. What I might do, I mean, no guarantees, but depending on the pace for like Outland or Northrend, where there's like way better farms, I may do, instead of a token for like the next seasons, like 1 million gold per zone for like the Outland zones, because there's fewer and there's probably better farms, but maybe that would be too much gold as well. I don't know. We'll see. Or like 2 tokens might be good. Plus 1 token per expansion. The thing is, I guess I don't know how easy it is to make gold in other expansions. Because I feel like Northrend would be better than like Warlords of Draenor gold, right? Oh yeah, this note is kind of rough. I'll leave it be. Draenor sounds terrible for gold making. Yeah, but if we do plus 1 token per expansion, all of a sudden Draenor would be pretty massive. We'll see though. At the end of the day, I mean, the token is going to fluctuate. I think later in the expansion, it'll be a lot more difficult to get again. Yeah, in WoD, I guess the nice thing about once we get to Warlords of Draenor and other expansions is we will have quite the crafting alt army. So we could do a lot more of the crafting, and there might be more crafting things and farms in those zones too to make some pretty good gold. How much of my gold income is items versus trade goods? It really depends. Each episode though, you can kind of break it down because I do a mailbox clear for Goldie, which is kind of the trade goods, and a mailbox clear for my transmog character, which sells like the items. So it varies based on the episode, but it's generally somewhere between equal to like double, either way. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess like WoD and stuff would have more like raw gold, garrison shuffles and stuff. Each expansion will probably have very different angles. Like Northrend, the gathering is quite good. So Northrend, like worst case scenario, you can do a lot of gathering. I know that. And theoretically down the road, yeah, like once we get into like later and later expansions, we should have a pretty juicy transmog backlog, right? So we very well may see more big items ticking off that that could help. What we do if we get two tokens in one zone? One sec here. Let me try to get the... Oh, I might not get it. I might not get it. Come on. Come on. All right. Vanish. Just fly away. Basically 2 tokens. I would roll 2 zones and then just basically explore each zone for a week and make a zone video about each one. And then after those 2 weeks, maybe we have a new token and just go for a new one. We'll see. Hey, Timmy, welcome in. Not super late today. We're just getting into the hour 8. I'm just kidding. Hour 1. This cave like always has 2 nodes ready for us, which is kind of nice. Yeah, rough. Kind of, pretty much that. Yeah, just I do really want, especially for, I guess all the zones, to have a good, whether it's like 1 long episode with 2 zones, I would probably do 2 episodes, 1 zone each episode, and they'd probably be like 30-minute episodes, kind of going over all the farms I could find in those zones. More akin to like the Searing Gorge, or the Burning Steppes, or very likely the Blasted Lands episodes, where it's like a one and done, 1 episode zone. But if we rolled 2 zones, it would just kind of be like less pressure on the gold token for that zone. And I might just find the farms and not necessarily like spend a few hours doing each. It'd be more so farm testing and kind of going over what we find. Yeah. In Outland, you unlock Hellfire. There's a lot of Fell Iron and Cloth. Yeah, Fell Iron's quite good. When I was testing Outland on my Pacifist, my Herbalism and Mining only character, I think Hellfire was like 6,000 gold per hour, 5 or 6,000 gold per hour in Dual Gathering. Which, I mean, even if you have no other farms, worst case scenario, you can get out of a token pretty quickly. And plus, you could probably do trash runs of like Hellfire Ramparts and Citadel and stuff. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe in 2028 we'll be in Outland. We'll see. Ah, Arcane Crystal, nice. Are we doing expansions as a whole or also zone by zone? The expansions will be zone by zone as well. Expansions will be a bit different though, because most expansions have like 5, maybe 6 zones, right? So once we get into the expansions, we'll be kind of going at a clip, I think. Yeah, Goldie doesn't have to run away from mobs while mining, 100%. Although, Goldie doesn't have Druid Flight form. Once we get to Mista Pandaria, though, we'll be able to make a Sky Golem eventually. Sky Golem is going to feel so good. Also, next, Hollow's End, I'm just going to farm only, like, we're just going to lock in for massive days farming herbs and ores. Next, Hollow's End. Ooh, another Arcane Crystal. We're getting a little lucky in the second half of the farm today. We got really unlucky on Arcane Crystals for the first half hour, but they seem to be kind of picking up. Kind of crazy that there's still no mount allows mining. Yeah. The closest thing is the Hollow's End Broomstick or Druid Flight Form, because with instant cast you can like quickly remount, but maybe one day there'll be a dual gathering mount. That would be OP. Honestly, at this point, I think if they introduce a dual gathering mount, it's going to be in the shop. Like, it'll be pay to win. Could you imagine the next Brutosaur can fly and also mine an herb while mounted in old zones? That would be... I mean... They kind of have to keep making the Brutosaurs better. Like this current, most recent Brutosaur had a mailbox on it, which was new. So I think if they introduce a Brutosaur again, they kind of have to make it different, so they get people buying both. Yeah. I don't think they'll actually do that, but I mean, we'll see. I'm kind of surprised that they did the herbalism mount, to be honest. I thought I saw a treasure chest. Oh, it's up there. Okay. Do I think they'll bring the Bruto back this year? I bet you it'll be every other year. I bet you it'll be like an every other year thing. That'd be my guess, but they definitely could. I could see it going both ways, but if I had to wager, I would wager not this year, next year. And somehow magically also has skinning. Yeah. Or it's not even a mount, it's just like a cosmetic back piece that allows you to fly like a druid flight form. I guess that would be a mount. A lot of speculation, guys. A lot of speculation. But it's possible. They could do a non-auction house one that just has skinning, mining, herb or something. So it's OP, yeah. Yeah, not having it have the auction house as well might be the way to go. What would it be? Maybe it would be like some kind of a dwarven, like, dark iron griffin. That would be cool. Like, imagine a dark iron griffin with, like, blacksmithing, trainer, and like an anvil and a forge, and you can also mine while you're using it. That would be pretty cool. And it also operates as the black forge. Elachista, how's it going? Good to see ya. We're almost at the end of the hour. Also, hello, Lady Death. 2907. Greetings, traveler. And welcome back to Goldbound. But yeah, how do you guys like the new drip? We're rocking the dual Dragon's Calls again. So when we're out farming mobs, all we see is dragons spawning. I do love it a lot. And we're also rocking the embossed leather vest for a juicy 13 item level. Yeah. 13 item level, guys. That might have to change once we go to War Within zones, but until then, whether we have a 100 item level or 13, we're still critting for 7 million, so I think we're going to be okay. Also needs plus 10% gathering luck for the mount. Oh my gosh, imagine. Imagine the mount gives you like finesse and deafness. We gotta stop giving Blizzard ideas for shop mounts, guys. We're gold makers is what we do. Maybe we should get a commission. We'll jointly all make a submission to Blizzard and say, if you use this, all we request is a small 1% royalty on sales to be invested into the Goldbound community for access to non-accessible Brutosaurs, and then we can all kind of benefit together from it. A 1% royalty on that would be like 100K probably too. A players union. How much would I pay for a pet that auto gathers for me? Ooh. I think the question is, does it make it more efficient or just easier? Because if it makes it more efficient, I would pay a lot. If it just makes it easier, I think I'd rather press the button myself. How much would I pay for an item that just gives me, like, deafness, though? A lot. The estimated Bruto sales last time was about 15 million USD. Whoa. That, my friends, is no joke. That's crazy. So my 100K estimate was not far off? Yeah. I guess it'd be more like 150K. I was low. It starts yeah, actually, that's a good point, Ian. What about a pet that gathers for you, and if you just, like, had the pet summoned and landed, it would mine it and throw it into your backpack? That could be a thing, you know? It's basically mining while mounted. Like Brandon Delves. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel like it would be too good for bots. I feel like that is just really skirting the line, because then people could just AFK in zones that have multiple ore spawns, right? And they would just end up farming. Like, you could just camp a node and just not AFK out and just get it over and over and over. Like Looterang? Kind of, yeah. But for herbs and ores. Comment hero. You're sticking to your guns. Mounted gathering achievements for pre-dragon flight zones. Just like the lumberjack achievements for woodcutting. Honestly, comment hero, I think especially for old zones, that's probably the way to go. Like right now with woodcutting, it's like if you have farmed 200 of that lumber, you can gather it while mounted. They should just put in like micro achievements for every node in the game for old zones, where it's like once you farmed 1,000, you can now mine it while mounted. I think that would be cool. I would like that quite a bit, you know? Especially for old world stuff. Like sure, keep the new world stuff where you have your profession points and your knowledge. But for old world, just a flat, once you farm 1,000, you can gather it on your mount. What do you think? That don't pay the big dollars, does it, guys? Do nodes hyperspawn? Could a guild all position themselves around node spawns and AFK the entire zone? Possibly. Honestly, possibly. Yeah, like what if, for example, you just put a guild down in the Tainted Forest on every single spawn, or you just like multi-boxed it. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, there we go. We're actually getting a large amount more of arcane crystals in the second half here. I mean, from arcane crystals alone, we're at 5.2k here. We're gonna add it all up in 4 minutes. Maybe we can get one more arcane crystal. Please? I believe. I will say, One thing that I wasn't expecting about the Blasted Lands unlock is I'm really enjoying the variety of the soundtracks. There's so many different vibes, whether you're in caves or out here near the garrisons or wherever, or in the Tainted Forest. Like, the soundtrack has a lot of variety to it, and I'm liking it quite a bit. Mikey Games. Oh yeah, you're talking about the flying while mounted. We were juicing that through Elwyn and Rudridge, and then it got patched. So now we no longer use steady flight in these zones. We use sky riding, and we can't mine while mounted, unfortunately. But yeah, we were definitely using that for a while. I remember, like, I didn't know that was a thing, and I was just farming one day, and I forgot I didn't like hit the ground, and I mounted it, mined it while mounted. And I was like, wait a second. It was such a big unlock in my brain, and then, what, we had it for maybe a month and a half, and then it got patched. Sad times when it got patched. Simpler days. Ooh, one more arcane crystal to the pack. Let's go. We're getting lucky this last 15 minutes. Saiku, hello. New zone is Blasted Lands. Welcome in. We had it during our greatest time of need. Redridge. Yeah, Redridge was a bit of a grind. But it was good. Alright, this is the end of the ore loops. Then we're going to switch it up. But let's see if we can't get one more arcane crystal before it hits 60 minutes. Don't know if we will, unless it's inside the cave. Nothing in the cave, the cavern. 24 seconds. We should be able to find one or two more nodes, but will we get an arcane crystal? Maybe one more in 10 seconds. Oh, can we make it in time? We can. This is the last one for sure. Okay. So, the gold per hour is skewed because we have transmog on there too, guys. So we ought to add it up separately. But for an hour of farming here, mining only, I think mining only is going to be quite variable depending on how many arcane crystals you get. But the main thing we got is we have 20 gold from Dentstone. Not that great for Dentstone. We got 366 Thorium, which is down a bit in price, I will say. But it's worth 4.35 gold each. 1,600 gold for the lot of it. Let me add this up in my calculator. So 20 plus... Wait, yeah. 20 plus 1,600. Plus arcane crystals right now are selling for crazy amounts. So that's like 5,700 gold. Plus true silver, which is 58 gold. So right now with market... Excuse me 1 second. Excuse me. So right now with the market value on arcane crystals, it's 7.4k gold per hour. So far the highest gold per hour we found, thank you guys by the way. So far the highest gold per hour we have found in Blasted Lands. Like I said, I think it's going to be really variable. I don't know what the average hour will actually give for arcane crystals. I can see it fluctuating a lot. Maybe this is somewhat representative, but we'll have to test a lot more hours of farming to know that for sure. But 366 thorium ore. I was pretty close when I thought I would get 3 crystals per 100, so maybe that's pretty close. Broke finally caught a live stream. It's 3 a.m. here in Perth, Western Australia. Well, greetings, traveler. Thanks for popping in. Don't stay up too late, though, if you got to get some rest. But thank you for popping in. We are indeed live, so... Oh, actually, one thing I want to check is it profitable to smelt it? Oh, yeah, actually, we got some sapphires. Where are those? Yeah, the sapphires are about 1 gold each, so it doesn't really change the numbers too much. And a couple star rubies. Okay, so it looks like it is kind of profitable to smelt. I haven't learned this recipe yet, so I can't do it. It's also not that profitable. Yeah. Can't do that either right now. How much for sapphire? About 1 gold. 1 gold, 22 silver. So it looks like I'm actually just going to sell them as is or smelt. I'll sell a couple right now and I'll probably smelt the big haul. I think that's a good balance for right now. Sure, you mentioned it, but you also got the quest items from the rares, or are you just counting ores and crystals? Right now, I'm just counting the ores and crystals. You could get even more value from the rares, to be fair. The green ones are worth like 5 to 10 gold each. I am saving these up for a big opening, though. But, yeah, I mean, we killed a few rares on the loop, and those could have very well been the epic, or the green ones, or the blue ones. And if we get the blue ones, then it's a lot more gold. Oh, why am I RP walking? There we go. Is Netherwing the next guaranteed mount for Goldie? Guaranteed mount. I'm trying to think, because there's drops that aren't guaranteed, but we will eventually get them. It might be. Let me think. Are there any other zones where we're going to get a mount for sure? Before Netherwing? I don't know. Winter, Spring, Frost Saber? Could be, actually. That might be it. Because that's just a rep grind, right? Alright, now I do have to sort through this stuff. Most of the stuff in this bag I should be keeping, but I want to make sure I clear my bags, because next is, well, just hold tight. We got something coming up. Which should be good. I got it all mapped out. I got a spreadsheet. It's not a spreadsheet, it's just what the things I wanted to farm today. And it's a list of a couple things. But it's all planned in advance. Also, not to jinx us, knock on wood, but 90 minutes in and not a single sticky spot for the connection. True, we've been holding strong here. That's why I streamed a bit later today than I have been, because I wanted to see how the connection held in the afternoon. So far, it's been good. Man, I think they should just make every item vendor for at least 1 copper. It's just so silly to have to delete the item. Just let me vendor it for 1 copper, please. Yeah, I could sell that. Well, no, it's a bit low. Have I considered that I'm just too handsome to be contained in a single internet connection? To be honest, I did not consider that, but we can't rule out any possibilities. Oh. Okay, we just learned that appearance. Alright. Over to the bank to deposit these. Frost Saber gave you PTSD from farming it back in the day. Understandable. Renaku, we're live when you're logging to get your grind on. Let's go. We're rolling. We are rolling. Warband Bank. Deposit all these items to sell on the auction house later. And I can put my Darkmoon fishing hat in the actual bank too, because the Darkmoon fair is over. So let's put that there. Yeah, that's good for now. Currently, my professions are herbalism, mining. I'm going to drop herbalism. Because my next farms, guys, I do want to do some skinning farms in Blasted Lands. So we're going to do a couple quick laps of Sunken Temple, as you do, to power level our skinning. And maybe, just maybe, get another Stealth Blade. Train me in production. No, gathering. Gathering. Train me in skinning. Did I see the updates on how transmog works coming? No. What are they updating? They did a big rework for Midnight, but I didn't know much past that. If there was anything different post Midnight. Back in Elwyn though, yep. Feels good. I think we're pretty much gonna have to cap out skinning here. Because down here it's gotta be like 300 level skinning, right? That's okay though, it shouldn't take too long in Sunken Temple. Should have disenchanted if you're gonna switch professions. You're right, I should have. That would have been min-max, wouldn't it have? Gosh, what am I doing? I should have gone... Oh, not into Stoneard. I definitely should have disenchanted. Next time. Couple of error frames, actually. There we go. They're allowing you to set how your weapons sheath. Oh. So, like, wait, like you can put some across your back? Because aren't there some transmogs that have value because they sheath across your backs? That's interesting. That changes the value of those items for sure. So those might not be as valuable anymore. Some of those katanas that sheath like that. Isn't the Hanzu sword one of those? We should definitely try to sell that right away. The Hanzu sword we just got, isn't that one? That sheaths on the back? Uh-oh. That's concerning for us. Well, it's listed, so hopefully it sells. I should just start doing live auctions on stream. Highest bidder. Just completely against the whole transmog ult. Just straight up. We're auctioning off stealth blade today, guys. Highest bidder gets it. Webley, not necessarily. The option will be there for those that can do both, you believe. Okay. So I guess we'll have to see how they implement it. Maybe they'll allow that weapon to do it both ways, in which case maybe it'll be more valuable. I do quite like the Sunken Temple music. I almost thought I was DC'ing for a second there. I think we're okay though. Man, the amount of Sunken Temple trash runs I've done is crazy. I think I would be in trouble if this didn't hit lockout. I love Sunken Temple trash runs. It's so relaxing. The music, the set, like the ease of the route, the sound of the skinning when you're skinning like the whole pack of them. I really, really, really like this farm. It's a circle, right? So, in a certain degree, so that helps. But we can't spend all our time here, guys. Oh, there's a skeleton there. I wonder who that is. Big circle guy? I am a big circle guy. If the farm is a circle, it gets extra points in my book. 100%. Your first time ever seeing WoW was your 5-year-old cousin playing this temple and he died inside and he had to run back as a ghost but couldn't get back inside because ghosts couldn't swim? That's hilarious. That's a great core, like a classic core memory. What do you do at that point? Do you just have to like res at the graveyard and take res sickness? Or get like revived in the dungeon by your team? That's funny. Just tuned in. Did I get the pet I was farming for in Blasted Lands? I did. I got it yesterday. So it does still drop. Confirmed. Ghosts could always swim. I don't remember if they could or couldn't, but you might have had to use different keybinds. So maybe they just didn't have it keybound to like be able to swim under. You know what I mean? Like they might not have known how to control it under the water. I don't know. They ran on water? Right, but can't you like you could like break into the water by manually doing it. Yeah. But if you didn't know to do that, you wouldn't be able to. Exactly, yeah. How many kills did the pet take? It's kind of ambiguous because we killed a lot before, but it turned out the pet has like the open world loot mechanics, so we had to keep swapping back and forth. So we were at like 1,500 kills, but a lot of those kills may not have actually been able to drop the pet. So it's kind of unsure on how many kills it took that were like kills that could actually have dropped it. You know what I mean? But it was about 1,500 kills, but then we got 2. So it makes it hard to farm, yeah. It's not super convenient to farm by any means. Yeah, down the road, I could definitely foresee a rotation of Blasted Lands that optimizes the rare spawns, a full loop of killing the bronze whelplings, going down to the Tainted Forest for the mining. I think there could be a pretty good like min-maxed multi-profession, multi-target loop in Blasted Lands. Definitely possible. At this point, though, we have 2 copies of it, so we still got to sell it off. So I won't really be stockpiling too many of the bronze whelplings until we see some movement on it. Seems a little annoying to farm, but I suppose they don't sell very often either. Yeah, those ones are definitely one of those farms where you would just stock it up every couple months and then try to sell off the whelplings. Definitely. And Daril, more leather crafting for the alt? No, right now I'm actually just trying to level up my skinning to a high enough level to skin in Blasted Lands. And this is just the fastest place to power level skinning, so we'll be here for like 20-30 minutes and then back over to Blasted Lands to try some of the farms over there. It's just a lot faster than getting scraps in Blasted Lands. Look at them run after us. Waddling over. We're selling the pets for 10k? They're on the auction house. I think the min buyout was below 10k when I posted mine, so I think some of them are for less than 10k. But I just have them in my auction house operations to undercut. Undercut by 90%. Just kidding. Theoretically, talking about the bronze whelpling farm, if we could have actually gotten a whole bunch in an hour, we might have sold them for like 2,000 gold each. If we could farm like 20 in an hour, that's so worth it for us, but we just can't get that many. AH's PvP shirts when? You know, we could bring in the auction house's PvP shirts, because it is. Auction house is PvP, it's true. Yeah. But for skinning in Blasted Lands, there are a couple farms I do want to test. Hellboars might be a good one to try too. I think there's also Scorpids. And then of course Warbears, right? So lots of skinning to test, I think. But yeah, if there are Hellboars around the portal, it might be one of those ones too where we can like look between the two timelines, like use the dormy time to swap back and forth to see which one we want to skin in. Skinning is 98, so a couple more runs. It's the old timeline that has the hyper spawning boars. Okay, yeah, I'll take a look. Have you ever thought about doing a complete buyout on an item on the auction house and raise the price to get more gold? I would love nothing more than to do just that, but one of the rules for gold is I can't receive or purchase any items from any other characters. So I can't reset markets or buy items to craft or do any number of those things from buying. But it would be nice. If I could, I would. But that's one of the rules. Especially for like trade goods. It would be very helpful to be able to reset trade goods on Goldie sometimes. Or things like frayed knots. Or more so like little weird rare items like that. But yeah, no. The market reset would be a very legitimate strategy. Otherwise, yeah, otherwise. All right, come on. Stealth Blade number 2. Let's go. Let's get it. Did we roll already? I rolled on Monday. So with the new zone is Blasted Land, so we did roll then. I'm just looking at my stream title now. Maybe, is it confusing? Does it imply that there's a new zone spin today? But yeah, I'm not spinning a zone today. But the zone is still kind of new for us, so we shall see. This might be the fastest zone ever. It could be. I still think it won't beat Searing Gorge because Searing Gorge had both really, really good gold farms, and we had 110k the second we walked into Searing Gorge. So we had a big head start because remember when we left Red Ridge to go into Searing Gorge, it's because we sold a big item. Row the Silence, Black Venom Blade, and it put us way over the amount of gold we needed. So going into Searing Gorge, which had farms that were like 8 to 12,000 gold per hour, we had 110k. So I don't know if we're gonna beat Searing Gorge for actual played time anytime soon. But this might be second. This might be second for sure. Thinking back now, which ones were maybe faster? Sorry, not Searing Gorge, Blasted Lands I was talking about before. Searing Gorge was also pretty fast though. But not like blistering fast. Oh, I didn't they despawned there. What would happen if a viewer started trying to reset markets of things I'm trying to farm? Does that break the challenge? I mean, auction house is PvP. I can't control that. I think it's also so hard. It would be so hard to confirm if it's a viewer. Like, there's definitely been times I've been farming items, and the market on that item gets reset, and I benefit from it. Do I think it was a viewer? Probably not. Could it have been? Yeah, could have been, but I think it'd only break the challenge if I was like right now said, everyone go buy out rugged leather until it's 150 gold each, and I'm gonna list mine. Okay, I think that would be that would be over the line. But if the markets are gonna have people resetting them, so I definitely will if I see it happen. I'll just try to time it and get some of my stuff sold at that point in time. Mithril Spurs. I've also definitely like missed some of those timings where I think if you look at copper ore, as soon as we were out of Dunmoreau, I think it spiked a lot. Like someone reset copper ore to like 60 gold each. Classic skinning to 155. Oh man, it's so fast to level skinning here. It's awesome. They're finally like Path of Lyrics is off the copper grind this week. Let's reset it. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I think looking at it, if it would be kind of like insider trading, I guess, as a way to look at it. Like if someone told me they're going to reset the market on something, I wouldn't then go farm a bunch of it. Right, yeah. But if I happen to be selling it when it happened, it just is what it is. What I will say, if you want to give me gold, you know, my in-game name on my main is Pathaleric. Just mail it right there. I'll accept that. That's generally my response to that. I don't know if I killed the right amount with these to avoid... Oh, Traveler spoke. To avoid them despawning, let's see. Hopefully not. But yeah, we'll try to avoid insider trading for Goldie. If we can. Heavy hide. Those are still going for a pretty good price. They're actually up a little bit from when I sold some of them. Like 150 gold each. What's the next forfeit zone? It won't be Deadwind Pass. It won't be Deadwind Pass because Deadwind Pass we have the ability to roll it like naturally. So it would be probably one of the Cataclysm zones that we can't access through a normal path. So something like not Stone Core, but Deep Holm or Vashir or something like that. How is this the new zone? We're farming in Blasted Lands. I just had to swap to skinning. So to get up to the Blasted Lands level of skinning, I'm just power leveling it over in Sunken Temple. But we'll be back in Blasted Lands probably in like 10 minutes or less. But it saves probably 2 hours of just skinning to level up by doing Sunken Temple. So it's a good way to level it up there. And then while we have skinning, we might want to do our daily Zul'Gurub run. But I'm going to go back to Blasted Lands before that, I think. The Maw? I don't even know. Yeah, how would the Maw work? Oh my goodness, that'd be crazy. I do like Deep Holm as a zone, though. I think it'll be fun to do. It's been in a couple of my videos, for sure. Actually, maybe, I guess... Yeah, well, it's upcoming in Traveler. I did Deep Holm on my Pacifist. I guess that isn't out yet, but it was also on my fishing only challenge. I just like Deep Holm farming. It's a circle. Simple guy. Make sure we get all of them. Do I do all the quests in the zones as well? Not really. Not really. I don't think I've done the quest for a while. They just don't give XP, and I don't really like questing when I just one-shot stuff, so I actually haven't really been doing the quests. Yeah. I think the last quest line I did was Westfall, and that was mostly just to unlock the one of the farms because you couldn't farm it until you got to a certain point in the storyline. But yeah, I don't think I haven't been doing the quests for other ones. When Noble Garden was in, I was doing the daily quests, but that was mostly just for XP and also for the loot, the chance at loot. What am I playing hardcore again? Maybe soon. Maybe soon. Once I finish up leveling on Traveler and finish up the Pacifist challenge, I'm probably going to start leveling another character somewhere, which very well may be hardcore. But at the same time, softcore wouldn't be bad because then, well, even if I die, I can continue playing. So, I don't know. I got to think about that. But I want to finish up Traveler before I start another character. Okay, so skinning is 239, so one more run should be pretty much right on the money. Hardcore is more interesting to watch. Hardcore has the appeal. It's got some appeal for sure. But I do just really, really like leveling in Classic. Hardcore or not. I've also never hit max level in Hardcore, so I gotta do that at some point. Whatever I consider an expansion locked series. No, I probably wouldn't do like an expansion locked series. I feel like a series like that would be as time consuming or more, or like the same like length and amount of time consuming as Goldbound. So the kind of things I'll do on top of Goldbound will be more so limited series where it's going to be like 1 to 5 episodes or like a one-off video. Otherwise, I think a couple longer term series like that might be kind of difficult to balance. Because I like having the little one-offs that I can do. It's fun for me, and it's a good change of pace too for the videos. Hardcore is very much, a lot of times, like a knowledge check, right? It's a knowledge check, but it's also a patience check. Because as soon as your patience slips or you're not focused, it's just like you're done. That's usually getting a little bit too aggressive on things is usually my undoing in Hardcore. Yeah, a knowledge check on all the one-shot mechanics in Hardcore, 100%. There's a lot of things in Hardcore, if you just don't know about them, they'll just kill you, right? So you gotta be careful. You're doing a 1 to 60 rogue speedrun on Hardcore, soloing dungeons. That sounds pretty fun. Best of luck. Rogue would be a good one for that. You'll get all the dungeon chests too, even if they're locked. Training Blessing of Sacrifice on Paladin can kill you later. If you sack the tank and just take so much damage. Oof. Yeah, I guess it could. Yeah, so we're at 266. I think 275 is pretty much the skinning level I need for Blasted Lands. So after this, we can head back over to Blasted Lands. Yeah, we'll be right at that level. Perfect. There's a few dungeons in hardcore where it's worth the risk for speed. It's a massive XP boost if you do it. Gotta risk it for the biscuit. That's what they say. How was squat day? I was good. Thanks for asking. I was pretty tired. It was a bit of a grind to get through. Not gonna lie. I felt all right, but top set was 505 for a triple. Moved pretty well, and then did back downs of 3 sets of 6 at 435, and then pause squats at 315, and then leg extension, leg curl. But I was pretty tired after that workout. Legs are sore today, but I remember, I love the feeling of crawling into bed after a good workout where your body's just so relieved to be just not moving. Oh, it feels so good. So I definitely had that yesterday. But travelers, we're going back to the Blasted Lands to discover what gold secrets it might have. It's right there too. Let's go. I could definitely see if you were on if you were dead and didn't know how to go underwater with your wisp form, you wouldn't be able to get back into Sunken Temple. That's really funny. You said you're a powerlifter outside of WoW, right? I am. I compete in powerlifting and strongman. My next competition is powerlifting, though. This farm I'm about to do is the best farm I'll have in the game. Uh-oh. Should I do it off stream? I remember doing it back in the day. I don't remember how much gold I was making, though. We're about to find out. The spiders and bears are the same. So yeah, actually, generally speaking, when you're farming the Warbear leather, are you just killing the bears, or do you kind of tag the fell things as well for chance at fell cloth and the spiders as well? I guess we'll see how close together everything is, because it might make sense to get a couple tags on other stuff. We'll have to see here. I mean, I'm gonna get the ore as well. Maybe I'll do some initial testing to kind of vibe it around. It's also helpful. Is that a rare? No, it's just a quest boss, I guess. Yeah, we'll have to min-max it. See what the vibe is for the bears. So, yeah. Because the bears are skinnable. Let me just get off my mount here. I'm going to go into Outlaw spec for movement speed purposes. What happens if I get an injury in the powerlifting contest? Does that just rule out strongmen? Yeah, let me just see this real quick. Okay, so it must be a rare drop. The rugged, or the Warbear leather. Do they always drop ironwood? Looks like, what do these guys skin into? Rugged leather as well, okay. So I think the Warbear leather is a rare spawn from skinning. But yeah, I mean, technically I could get injured in the powerlifting meet. What I will say, it's a lot more likely for me to get injured in the strongman competition than the powerlifting meet. Arcane robe. Roger that. That's actually a clean looking robe. Luckily, pretty much everything here that I want to kill is called tainted. So let me just go to macros. Boar. And we'll just replace this with tainted. So that way we can auto-target both the bears and the spiders. That actually works out really well. We can't skin the spiders, though. I want to see the Warbear leather. I want to see how much the Warbear leather sells for before I start timing. Get a little bit of the lay of the land before we jump into the farm full on. It does seem like where they are, they would probably share spawns. So you probably want to kill the bats and the spiders at the same time. So I think we're going to be getting spider silk, leather, hopefully Warbear leather too. Inquisitor vibes, killing all the tainted things. Yeah, we're definitely getting the spider silk. I'll put it up there. We're definitely getting rugged leather. I just want to make sure I have my farming bar set up before we actually start testing the farm fully. Well, okay, I mean, we're also gonna, I'm 100% gonna grab the rich thorium veins when I see them. Like, as I say, we gotta do it. So let me put that on the action bar too. This would definitely be better as a druid for mobility purposes, but we'll see how we can do it here on rogue. I really want to see the Warbear leather. Or whatever it's called. Rugged hide. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's good too. Do I think I would enjoy this challenge as much if I was a paladin? It would have different pros and cons, but I think I would still enjoy it very closely as much. I think so. I think it'd be different vibes, but I love paladin. I'm a paladin through and through, so I'm never gonna have a bad time on a paladin. We'd be running around with judgment right now, judgment set for sure. I'm kind of surprised I haven't gotten any of the Warbear leather yet. You paladin? Paladins are awesome. What are you talking about? Swamp ring? I wonder what the drop rate of the valuable leather is on these guys. There it is. Warbear leather. Oh, we just got 2 back to back. So I think we kind of have everything we're farming on our farming bar now. There's Warbear leather, which is selling for a lot right now. There's Ironweb spider silk, which is 59 gold each. There's of course rugged leather, which is 6 gold each right now, and there is some ore around it. But yeah, there's another one right there. I wonder maybe if I just wasn't 300 skinning yet, and that was a problem. The way you farm this is to kill everything, but you only skin the bears. That's not a bad call, because I don't know if the downtime to skin the bats is worth it if they don't drop the bear leather. But if they share the same spawn, we definitely want to kill them to respawn more bears. Well, maybe I'll skin them too. Alright, guys, but now we just gotta lock in and test this. Let me clear up my inventory. I have everything on the action bar here, so I'll just sell off the stuff we got really quick. So I have fresh bags. We actually got a lot of value from doing Sunken Temple. I'll take it. Comment, Hero, how's the Golden Path Blacksmith? It would be worth it from the dense stones and the dense sharpening stones. I was worried about how fast they sell, yeah. It's probably a profit. I'll have to see the region average daily sold on the dense sharpening stones. It very well may be. Maybe a net positive. I'll skip selling them for now. Don't the bats give rugged leather? Yeah, I think there's going to be a calculus, though, on if stopping to skin them for the 6 gold is worth it, or if I should just keep killing faster to get more chances at the higher gold items. I'll probably start by skinning them and just see how it feels. But I will, before we farm this one, get a quick bathroom break and stock up on some water. But I'll be right back. And then we're going to test this out. I got high hopes for this one, guys. Got high hopes for this one. And to farm it, I am going to actually... So just so we're ready to go when I get back, I am going to take off the armor. I don't want the armor to mix into my auction prices. Okay. BRB, and then we farm. Ugh. We're back. Make sure we're all loose, ready for farming. All right, we're taking out the tactical bench. So when we go for a more of an intense farm, sometimes I use this, you know, the drummer stool. So we're locking in. Okay, make sure the positioning's right. I'm a little nervous. How much gold per hour is it going to be? Yeah, I guess we could have the imperfect Dranithist. We have 19 right now, so let's start farming. Warbear leather obtained. I will skin these for now. Billy Quizboy, gamers, how's it going? It's going good. How are you doing? We're just getting started on our first skinning farm here in Blasted Lands, and I think, you know, this is gonna be a fun one. We'll see how good of gold per hour it is, but I really like this area. The Tainted Forest is kind of a cool spot to farm, I find. And yeah, the boar macro has made a return. I have it on 2 keybinds as well, so I can make sure I hit it properly. Kind of got to figure out what the best way to do this is. I'll probably do like one big circle and then kind of lap in and do a smaller circle, maybe. Fine long sword. The real crux of this is, what is the drop rate of Warbear leather? Because that could really change the gold per hour. We also seem to be getting a lot more of the spider silk beforehand, but I guess over an hour we should be pretty... Things should kind of even out for drop rates. You don't think you ever knew that the Tainted Forest was in the Blasted Lands? I always forget about it. I've definitely farmed here before, but yeah, it doesn't really come to top of mind always, does it? It seems a little out of place. Isn't it basically part of the Black Morass that used to be connected to, I guess, the part of Swamp of Sorrows that used to be the Black Morass? That's why it has a similar vibe. That's my understanding. And then when whatever happened, the Dark Portal or whatever came into play, they kind of got split in two, right? That's how I think about it, at least. Warbear leather shows about a 21% drop chance with a 1 to 6 amount skinned. Okay, so you can actually get a lot. So you can proc 1 to 6 leather? Wow. I'll see what we can get. The 6 might be like on the upper end. Like, might be very rare to get. Like, let's see. I think we've gotten 1 each time. Yeah, so far we're just getting 1 per bear, which is kind of okay. I think my plan might be to kill everything, but to go for the bears. You know what I mean? Like, kind of plan my route around trying to get to the bears as frequently as possible. So that's probably what I'll do. Like, just run around killing everything, but I am kind of targeting bears. Yo, 9 fingers with the stream streak. You're rolling on the streams this week. Glad to have you here. Man, Blasted Lands is sick. I do remember the last time I farmed this was on my druid. And I had the legendary where I could just be a wisp and kill and farm. I remember getting crazy amounts of loot doing that. It's a little bit slower on a druid, or on a rogue, sorry, not druid. But gotta work with what you got. I feel like this is one of the more well-known Blasted Lands farms, right? Yo, Jake7705, thank you for the prime. 4 months. Have you guys, like, did you guys know about this farm? Have you done this farm? I feel like this, like, was one of the more... If you farm old world materials that are used for transmog, I feel like Warbear leather is a big one of those ones, right? Hopefully the market on Warbear leather doesn't tank too hard before we get out of the zone. Ren, this is the one farm you've actually done? Okay. Okay. I feel like a couple people were saying they had done it. Hopefully that means it's really good gold per hour. The nice thing about doing our mining farm, like we did a loop today with 300 mining skill, is mining only, or like dual gathering, kind of gives you a yardstick that you can measure all the other farms in the zone based off of. The question is always, is the farm better or worse than like just mining? That's kind of the litmus test. It gives you a good control where it's like if you can find a farm that gives you more gold per hour than just mining would, that's how you know it's a good farm. And each zone is different. Like Dunmore was pretty rough. Like the best dual gathering farms were like 2k per hour, 2 to 3k if you're processing as well. Whereas here with Thorium ore, we can get up to like 7,000 gold per hour technically. So this would have to be better than that to be like a tier 1 farm in the zone. I haven't opened up Loot Appraiser yet though, so I don't know what our current rates are. I don't want to open it up until we get a little bit deeper to kind of even out a bit of the curve of RNG. Because I don't think we've gotten too lucky on drops so far for leather. Doing loops around the Solomon, mining Mythic Plus has been draining your money. Yeah, getting all your consumables for Mythic Plus and stuff. Well, Zulamon should get that stockpiled up pretty quickly, right? So that's a good dual gathering zone for sure. Warbear leather, hopefully not going to be subject to the Goldbound effect. Wait, do we have an effect now? Is that an official like term, the Goldbound effect, where old world farms tank in value after we do them? Hey, sorry guys. The good thing about Warbear leather is it is like a lower supply item, but I do think where is it in my bags? The frayed knots were unique, where you can farm a lot of them, but the region average daily sold was quite low. I think the region average daily sold on Warbear is like 400 to 1,000. Oh, I missed the bear skins. I'll go back and get that one. So it should, in theory, even if it does go down a bit, it should recover faster. Plus, I think Warbear leather might be one where people, if it does tank, it would also be a good one. Yeah, I missed this one. I'm going to grab it. But it would be a good one if it does tank to just buy it out, right? So it will eventually come back, I think. We got to look at auction house price history. Yeah. There's definitely some ones, like frayed knots for sure took a dip. That was like the biggest aspect. Oh, we got one living essence from that guy too. Okay. Interesting. I don't know if I'll really... I'm not really going for those guys, but good to know. You trying to farm where I'm at until after? Just because you don't want to tank values for me, but I do after, and the prices definitely tank. Fair, yeah. It's also tough because like during the period that we've been doing Goldbound, a lot of the open world stuff and old world things have had some pretty other massive market forces. So it's hard to tell what is it potentially from more people doing it versus, like I'm talking about like the player-owned housing market volatility. We've seen crazy swings, so it's harder to tell for those ones versus something like a frayed knot, which is not tied to any housing crafts. You can kind of see it a bit more clearly. I do think the frayed knots will eventually make a resurgence, though. I believe. One day. Okay, yeah, this chair actually isn't that comfortable. I'm gonna swap out. Back to the regular one. That's better. That's much better. This is your first M+ season? You glad you're a grinder? Your guildies are complaining that too many things are too expensive. That explains the WoW token price. Because if a lot of people who need to buy things for Mythic Plus and raiding who don't like gold farming, if they have to do it for Mythic Plus, probably more people are buying WoW tokens for, like, paying currency to get gold in game, right? So that might explain a bit of the Mythic Plus and the WoW token prices, potentially. Alright, I am going to look at the prices here. We've been going for a little bit. Okay, so 12 minutes in, we're tracking close to 8,000 gold per hour. So that is on par, on par or potentially a little bit better than mining. So that's good. And who knows, maybe we'll get a bit more efficient or optimize it. So this is looking like a pretty good farm. Your tank literally said, you're just going to swipe. I'm just going to swipe my card. Yeah, I mean, it's not cheap to get those consumables. But at the same time, like right now, as far as endgame goes, is kind of the best time to farm gold. Like, Dual Gathering gives you so much gold. But you still got to go out there and do it. I haven't actually seen any ore yet. It's probably worth... I'm not going to do it during this run, but it's probably worth stopping farming for a little bit to go do a full loop of the Tainted Forest for the rich thorium ore. Danny, what zone is this? This is Blasted Lands, believe it or not. It kind of doesn't look like it, but it's the kind of the southeast of it. The Tainted Forest in the Blasted Lands. We've also got kill track going on the spiders and the bears too, so we can actually add that all up as well at the end. You're tempted to make an alt to get into the consumable game, into the crafting game. Make sure you get that knowledge, the knowledge points. I do quite like farming with dual wielding Dragon's Calls. It just feels good. Spawning the random whelplings around us. Pretty chill. I could only imagine how good this farm would be on a druid. Or even like if you grouped up with another, like maybe 2 druids. Although no, you wouldn't both be able to skin, so I guess it'd still be a solo farm. But a druid could get between the bears so much faster. You're a blacksmith on your main? You made so much money at the start of the expansion making tools. I feel like, yeah, there was so much money to be made. I mean, there still is with the start of Midnight, but in particular, profession tools were selling for pretty insane amounts, aren't they? We'll see though. We'll make our way through Blasted Lands, and then after that, we're rolling for a lot of the same zones that we had before. So the next zone spin has Loch Madan, Badlands. Might be similar vibes here. At this point, I feel like the one I would want to get least is Badlands, because it's kind of like a similar biome, atmosphere, and kind of materials to a certain degree as here. But then, I mean, we still have Barrens and Deadwind Pass for next expansion, or next zone spin. Those would both be good. Still some decent cash though, 50 to 60k easy with Dual Gatherer, even 60 to 70. Yeah, I think right now, if you don't want to get super sweaty or like min-max the profession, Dual Gathering is the way to go. Because other professions, it kind of does seem with knowledge that you have to be pretty up to speed with everything, right? Up to speed with knowledge and like be very specifically spec'd, or run concentration builds. But Dual Gathering, if you're not fully concentrated out or fully knowledge pointed out, maybe you make a little bit less gold, but you're still making some pretty darn good gold. But that's also where the old world farming has its appeal, right? It's just chill. You just go up there and you farm it. You don't got to worry about all that stuff. It's just go stock the shelves, go do a few laps, watch a show on Netflix, or throw a stream on. It's just good times. And that's the same vibe with with midnight farms, right? Like with midnight dual gathering, I suppose I should say, actually. You don't have to worry about it too much. Still pacing pretty good for gold per hour here. If you vibe with mining, hit rock make you happy. Me too, brother. Me too. Should you play dual gathering if you suck at professions? Yes. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, dual gathering is pretty, as long as you just are gathering, you get profession knowledge. And as long as you're putting it somewhere into your tree, you're gonna do good. Gear is also pretty easy to get, so you could gear up your gatherer. Yeah, I guess like the base level of gear in Midnight is pretty good. Pretty easy to get. I mean, even to get like decently geared, which I have not done, I can't really talk about. It's not super complex, which is nice. But I gotta do a bit more Mythic Plus on Path. Uh-oh, did I miss a bear? I hope I didn't miss a skin. I might have. What is the best gathering combo? I mean, as a base to start with, I would recommend just mining herbalism. That way you can just go around and get both of them. And then as you gain skill, I mean, you can watch like a quick little guide on YouTube on where to find the easy to find profession knowledge for like treasures. And then you pretty much just have to gather and you get more and more knowledge and you can basically build out your talent tree that way. And as long as you're going towards some points, you're going to be getting more and more efficient, yeah. On top of the hill, I missed one. Oh, no. I'm sorry, guys. I try not to miss them, but sometimes I do. This is quite a big little zone, though. For like a micro zone, it's a big micro zone. For like a sub zone in the zone, it's a big zone. The Tainted Forest. I feel like the Tainted Forest would throw a lot of people off on WoW GeoGuessr. Right? Like a lot of people, if they got this, you know, they're looking here, they're guessing Swamposaurus, 100%. That, you know, that separates the top tier WoW GeoGuessr players from the others, from me. There's 0 quests here? What? Oh yeah, so you wouldn't even find it in normal playthrough. Wow. Maybe like level 60 quests? Okay, yeah, so like a lot of people wouldn't even see this place. I don't think I knew about it before. Like, I'm pretty sure I watched like 5 years ago a student video and he's like, farm Warbear leather. I was like, I'm in. And then I farmed it, I think, once on my druid. And then, yeah, I think it took me a while to sell all the leather, to be honest. Okay, that was our first imperfect Dranathist fragment yet. But yeah, like, it doesn't look like Blasted Lands as far as the biome goes. What are the fragments for? So there's 2 kinds of fragments you can get in Blasted Lands. There's this one, the imperfect, which is a green, and then there's like the perfect one. It's a blue. It's more rare. And you hand them in to a character in the middle here called the Collector, and he gives you either a blue BOE or a green BOE, depending on the rarity of it. So basically, each of these will be turned in for a BOE item, which could be good value to sell as transmog. Otherwise, I'll disenchant them. You can actually sell the fragments, though. So the green ones don't sell for much. The green fragments sell for like 5 to 10 gold each. And the blue ones sell for a lot more because there's a fair amount of good blue BOE rares you can get. And the blue ones sell for like 700 gold. Are there going to be active endeavors in the Goldbound neighborhood? There should be one right now. Where do I see that? One sec, let me get this applicant in. I think we have Endeavor active right now, right? Why can I not? Oh, yeah, it should be right here. We do, yeah. There are indeed active endeavors. Oh, not on EU? Yeah, I don't know the situation on the EU side, unfortunately. We'll have to put a plan into place for me to make an EU character at some point. Yes. Billy Quizboy, what would I consider the best and worst starting zones for a Goldbound challenge? You started in Mulgore and has a lot of nothing. I can't say... I can speculate on certain zones like Mulgore and things. What I will say, of the ones I've seen, Dunmorrow, Elwyn Forest, and Tedrasil. I saw Tedrasil on my pacifist character. I think Tedrasil will be the hardest. Elwyn the second hardest, and then Dunmorrow the easiest of those ones. I will eventually be able to place the other zones once I do them, but Mulgore sounds pretty hard, to be honest. But until I do them, I can't really say directly. Dunmorrow's juiced for sure relative to others. Yeah, I mean, Dunmorrow has a lot going for it. I should do a list when I'm done with Classic. Yeah, that'll be good second channel content, 100%. That's like a tier list. Yeah. Just yapping about zones. You think Duratar is the easiest, really? What particular farms in Duratar are quite good? I'm asking for a friend. AKA me in probably 2 months. Elementals. I remember, yeah, because I remember watching Zanzerful doing Duratar, and he was doing a lot of elementals, right? But I feel like most of the elementals I've farmed have been pretty poor. I actually farmed, I didn't really put it in the video. I probably kind of ran out of time, but I farmed the Dunmorrow elementals and they were pretty bad. Essence of Water at the time on EU was quite good. Oh, Essence of Water would do it, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I suppose zones that have a bunch of different decent farms is kind of ideal. I mean, speaking of which, Blasted Lands is one of those. Because if they have a couple of decent farms, then your chances, or the odds are pretty good that one of the farms the market is favorable for, and you can just avoid the other farms that are either down or whatever, right? That makes sense to me. Yeah, Snores. You'd rather one zone with 10 good farms than one zone with one good farm? I agree. For example, like, this is nice because for Blasted Lands, we've already discovered a couple farms that are up around 5 to 8k. So we can rotate between mining, between clams, between this. Versus, like, Dunmoreau, the only consistent gold, aside from, like, harder to sell stuff, was just doing herbalism, which is funny. There's a lot of value there with transmog and stuff, but for like quick sales, if you wanted immediate gold, you just go farm herbs, and then you make pigments. Yeah. No, I agree, Snores. I'd rather have 10 farms that get me like 5 to 6k gold per hour than one farm that gets me 10 to 12k an hour. 100%. The variety is just fun. For a zone. Yeah. Now, speedrunning is different. We're not necessarily speedrunning Goldbound. And to be fair, if you want to start a Goldbound challenge in a hard zone, just do it during Noble Garden, guys. That's the biggest cheat code I can say. If anyone was stuck in the starting zone in a Goldbound challenge, I really hope you got out last week, because that's your best shot. That is your best shot. I was thinking, like, you could literally speed run a starting zone during Noble Garden in like 15 hours. Is doing High Mountain Tauren starting in Durotar cheating? Because you start in High Mountain? But you can't do anything there because it TPs you to Org? Oh, I think that's totally fair then. Yeah. I've never made a High Mountain Tauren, but if you can just TP straight to Org and you actually don't do anything in High Mountain, I think that's fine to do Durotar. Holidays can be very effective for gold making and leveling. It's true. It's very true. I mean, we hit level 81 thanks to Noble Garden. Before Goldbound, by far my favorite like World of Warcraft event was Hollow's End. I think my favorite event might be Noble Garden now. It was awesome. 10 out of 10 event. You got like a daily boss to do for a chance at a mount. You got gold farms. And not to mention, like, every single egg you open could be a mount. Ugh. It's really nice. High Mountain Tauren has like 100k free because you did a few hours of eggs. There you go. I do still have a little bit of supplies. I think I have 2 pets still from Noble Garden on the auction house character, so maybe we can sell those off in this zone and get even further ahead. We'll have to see. Always been a midsummer festival kind of guy, kind of gal. Fair. Also, ones that give you XP boosts are always cool too. The XP boost holiday events in WoW are awesome. All right. The rates are slowing down a little bit, but still pretty good. Yeah, I guess we're not super, super far away from Midsummer event. What's the next event? I'd have to look at the calendar to see what's coming up next. Depending on the events, though, they can be kind of hard for Goldbound. Like Hollow's End stuff for trick-or-treating, we only could do the inns we had. That's why Noble Garden felt so good, because it was just contained into the starting zones. So we could pretty much do the full event on Goldie, which was the first holiday event we could actually really fully capitalize on. Even the weekly boss was in our zone. Do I remember what the slash played was for my pacifist at level 80? I don't know the slash play, but I can tell you what the amount of farming time was. It was like 10.5 hours of farming. Wait, no. 3, 6, 9, 12. 13.5 hours of farming. Because I did 13 zones plus a little bit. There is a fair amount of AFK time on that character, so the slash played is a little ambiguous. What level is the pacifist? I think he's still 80 or 81. I'm trying to get him set up with like the base knowledge points and stuff, getting all the treasures, and then I'm gonna probably have a couple streams where we're farming in Midnight. But I haven't been playing him much because lately I've just been kind of shredding on Goldie, but I will be streaming some of the Midnight farming on him, and we should be doing it relatively soon. And then once he's done, I'll be making a new character to level. I was thinking about doing Valerix, but the thing is, I said if Valerix dies, he's done, and he died. So I don't know. As much as I would like to level him up, I think he might have to stay, and I'll make a new guy. We'll see. That's a good time in your opinion? It is. And honestly, if you use some of the more efficient zones for dual gathering, it would be faster. If you use the more efficient zones, you would be closer to 10 hours, 1 to 80. Some of the zones I did, especially like the Burning Crusade zones, were slow compared to Cataclysm zones. Cata zones are goated. Yeah. Cataclysm and a little bit of Northrend too. Like Winter Spring was very good. But for speed leveling, stay tuned for this weekend for the video because I have a zone that was getting me like really fast levels. This weekend will be another episode of the Traveler series. I was editing a little bit of it this morning. Yeah, grappling hook is actually quite good for mobility though. Valerix, then Valerix, then Valer. Oh, I see what you're doing with the Roman numerals there. Yes. Your Saturday cartoons got spoiled? Uh-oh. What part? I don't think I gave too many spoilers. I don't think there was too much of a well, I guess the spoiler is which episode it'll be, but yeah. Maybe I killed the mob though, and maybe the challenge has failed. How about a challenge only leveling through holidays? Interesting. You'd have to, like, only play during certain periods and wait a bit. I think it's definitely possible. Once Valerix died, he can be resurrected as undead. Imagine that, the lore, the twist, Valerix comes back as an undead warrior. Oh. That'd actually be intense. I didn't loot this one. We're up for time. We got 20 minutes left here. It's kind of slowed down as we went. I don't know if we've been getting lucky or unlucky on some of these drops. Maybe I've missed too many skins. It does feel like we're getting a very low amount of Warbear leather. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like we should be getting more. I don't know. When talking about Wrath, I mentioned Winter Spring. Oh, yeah, I meant Winter Grasp. Yes, yes. Most definitely. Most definitely Winter Grasp. Realistically, any of the holidays with a boss fight could just be grinded out. Yeah. You could, yeah, you could do just like repeated the boss fight for like a character leveling. I think the thing is in retail, at least to a certain degree, like leveling challenges, they're more of like a unique spin on the game versus like a super hard challenge, because there's so many ways you can level up in retail, you know what I mean? Whereas like I feel like hardcore challenges and those challenges are like a lot more failable. Whereas retail, it's doable, but it's more of like a unique way, unique angle and different way to play the game, which is fun. But there's definitely a lot of ways you could level up. What zone is it? This is Blasted Lands. Blasted Lands. Not only Valerix is resurrected, but he joins Scarlet Crusade and becomes the one and only Crimson Inquisitor. It would have to be, yeah, you couldn't be an undead paladin, of course. Of course. You'd have to be a warrior or something like that. I am itching for a little classic gameplay though, so after the pacifist, I think we'll be playing some classic on off days. Undead priest, that's true. Death Knight would work, but I think I'd want to level him in classic. To go DK, I'd have to play like retail almost, or mop. I guess I could play mop classic. But yeah, I'm craving the classic leveling, guys. Burning Crusade or classic is what I'll be on, because Valerix is technically on Burning Crusade servers. He is on those servers, so. Wait a year? Yeah, if we wait a year, there might be. Yeah. Have I checked out the arachnophobia setting? Yeah. Doesn't it make them... I forget what it makes them, but I tried it out for a little bit. Because I had heard about it and I was kind of curious. Crabs, right. Yeah, crabs. Oh, there's a rich node up here. Let me go grab it real quick. I'll be right back down. I said if I saw one, I would take it, so I saw one. Some thorium. Even changes battle pets. That'll be a lot of work to go in and code all the spiders to be crabs. Our spider bosses also changed. I think every spider in the game. So yeah, the raids with spiders would be kind of crazy. It'd just be like crab bosses. Yeah, that's pretty funny. We're getting a lot of grays from these too, so we should get some decent amount of vendor gold too. So we'll add that on after. I think we got about 10 minutes left on this test. No, 15. So we can maybe increase the rates, but currently it's about 6.5 thousand gold per hour. Nothing to shake your hat at. That's definitely decent gold per hour. Definitely decent. Considerably better than anything we had for consistent gold in Dunmorrow. To be fair though, this will be a little bit of a slower sell, I think. The Warbear leather. Might take a bit longer to sell. You missed the old 120 cap. Old heirlooms. I also miss old heirlooms. I will say. Old heirlooms were awesome. At a Thunder has earned the achievement Mythic Mout. Grats. Grats to the guildie. Mythic Mout. Yo, Solaz with a gifted sub. Appreciate the gifted sub over there. Let's go. Never tell him the odds. There's some Warbear leather. Nice. When you first got that heirloom bow for your hunter, it was game over. The heirloom bow did look pretty sick, yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Gotta love the sound of farming bar tracking all the loot we're tracking when we loot them up. Very nice. Where do we go from here? Where's the next bear? Up here, I suppose. Oh, there's one to the left, but... take this guy out. I'm surprised I'm not seeing more minerals spawn in our area. I guess the nodes are a little further off the little loop we're doing to see them all, I guess. Red, greetings, traveler. Welcome into the Blasted Lands. Just doing a little bit of Warbear farming. Well, Iron Web Spider Silk as well. A little bit of everything down here. While we have skinning leveled up, though, I do want to like look around the zone and see what other potential skinning farms are. If it's just rugged leather that they're dropping and nothing special, probably not gonna be beating this one out for gold per hour. But there might be Scorpion scale stuff, so the Scorpions could have a different thing on their loot tables. New or old Blasted Lands? Right now we're in old Blasted Lands, but we can swap back and forth. But the old one has a lot of like the good rares and stuff. But the new one is good for the pet farm, so I guess they both have their pros and cons. Running out of bag space on this one, actually. Tedward watching Goldbound eating pizza pops for lunch. Let's go. Oh, man. I haven't had pizza pops in a while. They're good, though. I think I got them a while ago when we were playing a bit more classic WoW. And I remember eating them at lunch, and it was so awesome. I think I was questing in Westfall. Eating pizza pops? Psh, goated. Have I been doing the quests in the zones? Not really. I haven't done any quests in Blasted Lands yet. Except for the gem collector quests where we're like handing in the fragments. But I haven't done the quest line. Is there something in the quest line that I should do? Is it worthwhile? Could always check it out. It tends to kind of feel weird questing at like max level, one-shotting everything. I think the quest rewards are generally like a couple gold, so I don't think it's really the best gold per hour. The quest line in the new version is pretty quick and gives a boxable pet. Oh, the Iron Starlet at the end. Okay, then that might very well be worth it then. If it has a pet you can sell at the end. And if the pet comes from a quest line and it's not redoable, I might actually sell a decent amount. Because people wouldn't be able to go back and get it if they had done it before, potentially. You're getting 32 gold for every quest? I don't think I was getting that much. I think it's a fair amount less, but I might end up trying that other quest line to get that pet eventually, and we can see how much XP is per quest in these old zones. Timo, how goes the grind? It's going well. The nice thing with Blasted Lands is there's a lot of different things to farm, so a lot of different angles here for gold. Kind of coming to the end of testing this farm here. If we're lucky, it will peak just over 7,000 gold per hour, so let's see. If we're lucky. Don't know much about the new Blasted Lands, but it's possible the empty areas are phased through quest progression. Oh yeah, it could be. Because right now, if I swap the zones, there's nothing here. Like there's none. These mobs I don't think are here. The Naga aren't there, so maybe they get unlocked later on the quest line, potentially. That's possible, yeah. Definitely possible. No accidental disconnect from Twitch stream button presses today. Not yet. And also no dropped frames on the upload, which is also really, really nice. So that's, it's boding quite well. But yeah, I have also not accidentally pressed to go offline, so that's also really good. Personal growth right there, guys. I don't think it's really worth killing those ones. They do drop living essences, but we'll leave that be for now. Connection seems good today, though. Now you've jinxed it. No, knock on wood. Boom. We're good to go. But yeah, so far, because before, like, it would be good, but I would still drop a couple frames here and there. Today on OBS, I have zero frames total drop. So that was the same as yesterday as well. And right now was really when, like between 2 and 3 p.m., historically over the past couple of weeks, was when the connection really started to have problems, which is why I wanted to just stream a little bit later today, just to test it out and see how it goes. But yes, it seems to be going well, which is awesome. Also bodes well for potentially making a hardcore character in the future. I was really not wanting to make a hardcore character if I kept DCing literally every stream. That's a recipe for disaster. You can't play hardcore if you expect to disconnect. I mean, you can, but you might be playing Elwyn Forest Simulator. Which, I mean, I'm not really opposed to. I like Elwyn Forest. Did I go to the gym today? Not today, rest day today. Right now I'm training 5 days per week. I'm training Monday is like my competition bench press and then like a push-pull day. Tuesday is competition squat and then legs. Wednesday is rest. Thursday is a beach muscle day, aka arms and shoulders. Also close grip bench press. Thursday is another push-pull day with an emphasis on bench accessories. Do I wait? No. Thursday is arms and shoulders day. Friday is bench accessories push-pull day. Saturday is deadlift leg day. That's my current training program. I got a little confused there. So I'm training 5 days a week, but Wednesdays are rest days. Heroes bracers. When do I take longer rest? You always notice when you take a week off, sometime you gained more after the rest. I'll do like, I work in, or I build in kind of like deload weeks into my training. Usually after competitions, or if I'm really pushing strength for a couple weeks, I'll have basically a deload week, which is a week where the total volume and intensity is a bit lower, which can kind of help with that. But I kind of do those as needed. Usually like every like 4 to 8 weeks, depending on how hard I'm pushing. Do I do the crazy powerlifting bench form? No, I couldn't do that even if I wanted to. I don't bend like that. But they also put in rules where it's severely limited now. So you have to, like they put in rules about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, for basically bench depth. So you have to go to a certain point where your elbows are like parallel with your shoulder. So those insane arches aren't always legal anymore. People can still arch quite a bit, but not as aggressively as it used to be able to. Am I doing 5-3-1? No, I used to do 5-3-1 many moons ago, but I'm not running it right now. 5-3-1 is a strength progression program by Jim Wendler. A very good beginner to intermediate strength program for sure. You can have crazy PRs or dignity. Yeah. True. Okay, are we at the goal? Yeah, oh, one more kill. I'm gonna be Henry Cavill's stunt double. I don't know about that. I'll be down though. Okay, I didn't even actually get any more kills. That's it. That's time. How much gold per hour? Well, 6,406 gold per hour. Let me sort this. Actually, let's sell trash real quick. I need to see how much gold I get from selling the trash. 175 gold. 175 gold. So that adds basically 200 gold onto it. Plus, I didn't count any of the BOEs I got. We actually got quite a few BOEs here. I just don't like counting BOEs into my consistent gold farms. But we got like quite a few. As far as Warbear leather, where's that at? We got 35. That's kind of low. Current price is 70 gold though, so that's 2,400 gold of Warbear leather. We also got 13 iron web spider silks, about 780 gold. We got 253 rugged leather, about 1,500 gold. And we also got, yeah, we got 3 of these actually, living essences, just by killing some of the tree ants. So those are the main ticket items there. It's not bad by any means, 6,000 gold per hour. I'll definitely put this in the rotation and do it every now and then in this zone. It doesn't beat mining only though, and that, as we know, is the threshold of A+ farms. This is a good farm though. I will definitely do this one again. Compared to like the mushroom farm over there, I'm not gonna be farming that over and over. This one I will definitely do again though. Terrible farm snores. Yeah, someone told me this would be the best farm ever. To be fair, if we were a druid, it very well may be. But we are a little bit slow. Maybe if I didn't skin the bats, we might actually get more gold per hour, to be fair. But 6,000 gold per hour is nothing to shake your head at. You get 30k an hour here solo on your druid. Jeez, yeah. See, druid can blow us out of the water. Oh yeah, we also got a couple thorium ore, which was in the total there. No arcane crystals though. Why do you get more on druid? Just because I'm kind of like running around, but a druid can go flight form between each kill on the bears and the bats, and just cover so much more distance like instantly, where I'm stuck running from bear to bear. Because oftentimes it's not worth to like mount up. So in this like weird like mid to like almost large area, the druid can really pull ahead. But yeah, I would say I would give this farm 7 frayed knots out of 10. Definitely would do it again, but ooh, arcane crystal. Yeah, definitely good. How much was the mining only gold per hour? It was like 7.6k, right? of mining only. What I will say though with mining only, it is extremely dependent on how many arcane crystals you get. So I think that can fluctuate quite a lot. So you could have a better hour or a worse hour. Oh, Blackfeet. Sorry, Black Leaf. Oh, I think it was feet. There we go. Finally, another blue gem. Let's go. I was waiting all day for that. First one of the day. Where did we get the new transmog? Oh, the one we're wearing here. We got this crafted. It should say crafted by or made by Golden Path. So our crafting alt made it for us. It's just some of like the low level gear. Honestly, probably a really good farm would be to do the Warbear leather, and every 5 to 10 minutes, do the loop for the arcane or for the rich thorium veins. I think Bright was saying that's what you do. You'd like do the leather and then pop out for the thorium, let the nodes respawn. I think that's probably for at least for Rogue and for me, that's probably a really good way to do it. You probably get more gold per hour that way. Because there's a few rich thorium vein spawns that are just out of the way that you can't see while you're farming. So that could really improve the rates there. Chelts, have I done the Secret Rogue Defias Mog set quest in Dead Mines? I indeed have. I think, was it episode 1 of Westfall? Or episode 2 of Westfall, I put it in the video. It's a fun one though. Definitely a fun one. The Black and Defias set. Yeah, plus it's always nice to mix farms together. There could be even something to be said for going between the Dreadmaw hold and down there for some Warbear leather and Thorium. That could be a good little like multi-farm for sure. Do we go for a quick try our luck for a quick reset on the bronze whelp? Is that crazy? Am I gonna sell the quest gems or use them to open the crates? I am going to... Oh, I'm in the wrong phase for that, never mind. I am going to open the green ones and sell the blue ones. I think the return on investment of opening the blue ones is subpar. I think taking the 700 gold pretty much insta-sell for this is for sure the move. Compare that to these ones that only sell for like 5 gold. I'll take the gamble on the green. But especially for Goldie, I would just rather get the instant cash flow because these will instantly sell. You list them once and it's 700 gold. Let someone else play the scratch off card. But yeah. I opened up 2 or 3 earlier on, but I'm not going to open up much more than that. I'll take the consistent revenue. It's a loot box. Yeah, it's basically like selling a loot box. The only way you have a positive return on investment on opening these is if you open up a small amount and get lucky. I'm not going to test 100 of the crystals. I'm going to test 100 of these ones. I don't think I'm going to be able to get 100 of these ones. And if I did, I think I would just take the instant 70k. You know what I mean? Like 70,000 gold for 100 of these sounds pretty good to me. But I will open up 100. I'm saving up 100 of the green ones. Yeah. Okay, now while we have skinning, I do want to look around the zone for what other mobs I might want to farm. I think down here there are some scorpids, right? Let me go have a look. Quick little poke in here to see if the rare is up as well. It is not. Right, there's these hyenas. What are these guys skinned down to? Probably just rugged leather, right? Rugged hide. Yeah, rugged leather. The boars are probably also rugged leather. Which, these could be good if we end up finding like a spot that's like a true hyper spawn. A very small location true hyper spawn. But if we're going to compare it to skinning down in the Tainted Forest, where we're also getting Warbear leather, it might be a hard one to improve on. Yeah. Let me go over here, see the basilisks. Rugged leather as well. You get blues though, or greens, BUEs. It looks like it's all rugged, like no thick. I think thick leather is worth more right now too, which is... It would be kind of good if it was a mix of both. But it looks like it is just rugged. Just rugged leather. What zone do I want to be the next one? Honestly, Deadwind Pass. I would love just to have this whole area done. That'd be so cool. The whole bottom portion. So I think Deadwind Pass is my preference. So, we'll see though. It could be one of 4. Not too many options though. According to the internet, if the Warbear armor craft sells for more than like 4K, it's worth doing the Warbear farm. Yeah, I don't know where the Warbear recipe might be from a different location, right? I don't know where that recipe would drop. If it drops here, it might be interesting to try to farm, but I don't know where it would. Uh-huh. There's buzzards too? Oh, that's just way up there. That'll be hard to farm. Warbear recipe drops in winter spring, you think? Okay. So maybe when we get winter spring, it'll be worth coming back here to farm some more leather. But also, that's just like an additional material that we have unlocked for future transmog crafts. So down the road, on crafting alts, we can have those rare recipes and farm the materials ourselves. Like get like a shopping list and go after them. So that'll be good. Well, that'll be fun. But yeah, I don't think with just rugged leather from these guys, they'll be the best. I thought there was scorpids though. I think maybe they're down the side here for scorpids. Oh. Hello? Go for the rare, as always. Can't wait until Moonglade. We shall see, we shall see. Maybe there aren't scorpions down here. No, Gilnean settlers. Yeah, there's like buzzards. And the Thorium can drop the Warbear leather. Sounds like a rare drop in high level zones. Okay. So we might be able to get it from different spots. Oh, there's a rare Scorpid. But no, not a bunch of Scorpids. There's a lot of these basilisks and boars. Getting some arcane crystals, which is always good. Because, yeah, now we're getting down back to the Murlocs. I can swap timelines, too, and have a look around for what's different about the timelines. Oh, I think I was thinking about crawlers. Yeah, these guys aren't skinnable, though. I think I saw the crawlers and thought they were Scorpids. Wait, a Wowhead comment is saying they got it from the flawless Janithus spheres? Uh-oh. The Warbear leather recipe? That'd be... Huh. Maybe it is possible. Yeah, these guys don't skin, so we'll leave that for now. I will... We've done the Naga. Obviously, we can't skin the Naga. What about these bone pickers? Usually buzzards aren't skinnable. Nope. Traveler's boots, though. And then, yeah. Okay, so I'll swap the timeline and have a fly around to see if there's other beasts, but that kind of seems like them. Just going for the thorium. There's scorpions in the classic version of Blasted Lands. Don't know about retail. Okay. Yeah, I got it in my head that there was scorpids here, but I must be mistaken. Let me swap the timeline over and have a look around. I may as well kill these on the way out to get the clams. Let us skin Worgen again. Yeah, if that was the case, Duskwood would have been a bit different. We would have been out and about skinning Worgen for sure. Alright, I'm going to fly around and back. Need a Worgen skin rug, oh my goodness. Although someone was saying that the boars around here hyperspawn. I don't know if... Maybe... since Burning Crusade, if they're here anymore. If there's boars here. Doesn't really seem like it. Yeah, let me swap timelines here. I do have to use the washroom too real quick. BRB. We back. Alright, so what beasts are in this version that aren't in the other version? So it's the same basilisks in this version, but they give the same leather. Okay, so the basilisks give the same leather. Hyenas probably give the same leather as well. Yep. Can I pickpocket the hyperspawns by the game that have no loot? Oh, that's an interesting question. I should try that, actually. I'm assuming they have no pockets to pick, but maybe they do. Also, yeah, I'm gonna quickly try my hand at another pet, just like maybe like for 2 minutes until the spawns reset. You gotta roll dice every now and then, right? The highest chance, the highest time to get it is always the first couple of minutes in these kind of farms. I think if I get one here, though, I may just learn it for Goldie. Because we do have 2 pending sale right now. So that could be kind of cool to have one. No luck yet. When are we doing the weekly raids since the reset happened? I try to save at least Molten Core for Monday, just in case I have to restock my Shadowforge sconces. That way I'm not locked to it if I gotta go do more like Dark Iron Ore. But I actually might do Blackwing Lair today, because we have skinning right now, and we may not have skinning on Monday. So I'd rather do Blackwing Lair when we have 300 skinning, so I can skin Chromagus. Otherwise, generally speaking, Monday is the raid clear day. It looks like they're now dropping the low... No, actually, they're dropping the same amount of silver still, so I can actually keep going a little bit. Until they stop dropping silver. Nah, we're good. Okay, let's go check out some of the other beasts to see if there's any potential skinning things in the newer version of Blasted Lands. So we've looked at the boars, the hyenas, and the basilisks. Let's go around and take a look at the other stuff. There's still a good amount of ore here in this version too. Wait a second. Is it big brain to do a loop for ore? Whoa. We might have to test our ore farming again, because what if it's big brain to do a loop for ore, switch the timeline, do a loop, switch the timeline, do a loop? Does that reset the nodes? Like, that might actually be good. I just thought about that. I might have to test another hour of ore farming at some point. Would that actually work? It might also, like, assist with maybe swapping phases for the rares. Like, it could actually be goated, now that I think about it. Like, what if you actually get a different phase of rares when you come back, and the nodes reset? Honestly, like, yeah, like, you could even just, like, beeline to the forest loop and back. Because I'm just thinking, now that we're in this new phase, there's so many nodes up. The Palpatine voice. Do it. Unlimited power! Oh, that's what we're going to have when we reset the nodes. Is it possible to learn this power? Yeah, we could try that. Let me just close the loop in my brain about the beasts. And then we can try some of that tech and see what happens. Because normally I'm not going to phase swap if it's like joining groups, but if it's Sidormi, that's a different story. That's just a straight up zone mechanic. Because you can't do it in every zones. Also, I wonder if the bear leather drop rate is better in this zone. Oh yeah, we can go down and check. I thought there wasn't any bears down there in this phase, but we can take a look. Let's do that. I'm going around the zone right now to check on any other skinnable beasts that are in this phase, just to be thorough. And then let's loop around to the bears and see if they have a different drop rate. Blizz would have thought of that reset strat and programmed in a way to stop it. They're notoriously competent at game design. I don't know if you're joking or not. I don't know if that's sarcasm. I can't tell. Because I feel like they, you know, it could go both ways. We'll see though. Yeah, there's no other beasts here. There's the basilisks. All standard stuff. Still rugged leather. It's not confirmed if it works, but if it even works, it would actually be insane if it worked on rares, like if we phase swapped. And then down here, because yeah, down here there's normally on the other phase, there's the Naga and the Murlocs, and they're just straight up not here. So there is different stuff happening. Like there's nothing going on. There's still the birds, but there's no Naga, no Murlocs, and there's nothing in the cave except for ore. So let's go over to the Tainted Forest. There's also no Scorpids here in this phase. There's crabs. Alright, so we're in the Tainted Forest, and there are rich mining veins, which I will go grab. Whoa, that one was weird. I got no loot, but I got the XP for it? That was really strange, actually. Because there's treants here in this phase. Let's see. Well, I'll get this one here too. Oh, there's these bog lords. So there are bog lords here. Are there warbears? Looks like it. Yes, there are. Okay. Let's see if they feel like they have a higher drop rate. That was one. Okay, these guys don't seem that different. These guys probably still give rugged leather. Yep. Let me try this warbear. Or black bear, I guess. Okay, so that one didn't drop one. I was wondering if maybe, because we were talking about Wowhead saying that they can drop 1 to 6 warbear leather, that maybe this phase would drop multiples, but it looks like it's about the same. Not everyone is dropping it, and the ones that are dropping 1. Yeah, so I don't think it's crazy different. Looking like a plumber ready to work. I guess so. All right, so now we have cleared out all of the rich nodes. Let's fly up to Zadormi and see if we can reset them. Let us see. Oh, I missed one down here. Hi, just wanted to say your series is the best. Oh, thank you. You're checking every day to see if there's another Goldbound video up. Much love from Germany. Oh, appreciate that. And, no Goldbound up today, but live stream today, so. Yeah. Oh, that disappeared, okay. That's the phasing, I think. Let me go up to Zadormi, swap it out. Well, I'll go into this cave too real quick. See how the phase swapping works. There we are. And I can jump across this and get out. I think that's the best path for this one here. Excellent. Now I will go just up. Because if we go down into the Tainted Forest and there's more than like one rich node, it means that reset them all. In which case, we'll have to figure out if we want to do the full loop and reset, or just go back and forth to the Tainted Forest and back and reset. Currently at work, on night shift, watching the stream. I'll go to bed soon. Oh, once you're off work, of course, you'll go to sleep, right? Yeah. Right on. Well, thanks for tuning in. Hope the rest of your work day goes well. All right, now, any new nodes? Do we see any new nodes? Oh, yes, these are, we just flew over this and they weren't here. I think it works, guys. It's a different phase for different ore. Let's go down to the Tainted Forest. Look, these are all new nodes. Like, we just flew over this, and these are all refreshed. Okay, guys, don't tell anyone. Shh. Shh, we cracked the code. I want to just go straight down to the Tainted Forest and see what we can see. Because the Tainted Forest could be, like, a little different. I mean, there's nothing yet, to be fair. Well, there's nothing in the Tainted Forest. That doesn't bode too well. It definitely reset the nodes in the overworld, though. So I think it is worth doing. But there might be a limit. Does the limit exist? Well, this one got reset. Or just respawned. One of the two. What's in the Tainted Forest? Rich thorium nodes, Chug Life. Rich thorium nodes are in the Tainted Forest. Everyone knows it. Oh, Bright, you think the forest is the same phase regardless of time? It could be. That might be it, because you do phase when you go into the forest. I noticed that. So that might be, you might not be able to reset the forest, but it sure, dare I say it, guys, it sure as shit resets the overworld. Am I right? Someone flew by, maybe they got mined. It could have, yeah, because in retail, if someone mines the node, you can still get it, but if it does despawn after 30 seconds. Plus, we definitely want to have some of the phases in the original version of Blasted Lands, because then we have a chance at the rare spawns. And the rare spawns can be very good. The 2000 Thorium ore farm is probably going to have a few Zadormi swaps in it, I'll tell you that much. I mean, it could have reset this rare. The rare wasn't here before. Very interesting, though. Yeah, it is phased in some sort of weird way where the Tainted Forest is, like, potentially its own zone regardless of Zadormi time. Like, Zadormi doesn't affect the forest, potentially. That's the current working theory. Now watch this. We're in this phase, and there's no nodes here. Well, there's one up here. Let me go get it. Yeah, one up here. Wait, that's a poison. Now we'll reset or swap phases with Zadormi time to take it to go back to the present. And in theory, there should be new nodes. Now this is the second swap, so maybe things start to fall apart here. Nothing there. And there's some in the caves, though. Wait, your team chug, but also we win either way because we got the IRL streams? Yeah, wait, hold on. What's going on here? Are we talking about the powerlifting meet? It'll be interesting. Much like this find. Yeah, this is very... I think it does work. It just basically doubles the farmable area. Because that, yeah, there's a new node up here too. Wait, Solaz is also Team Chug for the powerlifting meet? Come on, guys. I understand, but, you know. You know what? That's fair, yeah, I agree. Yeah, you know what? That's okay. It'll just be, you know, it'll be, what's the word? It'll be a good victory for Chug if he wins. We shall see. Gotta share the love 100%. Okay, let's see if the Tainted Forest is reset. Well, this one is, but like, oh! Well, that got unphased. What do we think about that? I don't know what that means. Nah, man, you're going to Scotland and cheer on the path, man. Let's go. For Strongman. I mean, Chug Life is also competing in the same Strongman competition in Scotland. So if you're Team Chug for the powerlifting, although to be fair, here's the difference. So for powerlifting, Chug Life and I have this next competition. We're competing in the same weight class, whereas for Strongman, we're competing in different weight classes. So we're not actually competing against each other for Strongman. So for Worlds, for Strongman, you can be Team Path and Team Chug. It is not mutually exclusive. But for powerlifting, this next competition, we're competing directly against each other. So. We'll have to keep that into account. Okay, while we have our skinning though, I'm somewhat satisfied that swapping Zadormi time, at least to some degree, will increase how many ore we get per hour. I'll have to test it out. Today we did an hour and we got 360. I'm not going to do another hour of farming it right now. I do want to do some raids and other stuff while I have my skinning leveled up. So I might go do my Zul'Gurub run for the day to try for the mounts right away here. Because we may as well do Zul'Gurub while we have skinning maxed. Because we just get more gold. Skinning in Zul'Gurub. Arcane Crystal, by the way. What's crazy is we actually only need 500. No, we only need 460 or like 480 Arcane Crystals to get the next zone. That's crazy. Wait, how long do Twitch Gambas last? Can we run one over the whole weekend of the comp? Okay, here's a thought. Can I host the stream? Because I think the comp will be streamed. Let me go into Twitch here and see. Start prediction, submission period. Oh, the max I can do is 30 minutes for a prediction. So I don't know if we could do that. Is the bet for Scotland a keg of scotch? No bet yet. We should, though. So as you'll buy us both a drink, how's that? Yeah, we should do it. If anyone's in Scotland when we're there, we should do a meetup. Yeah, all good stuff. All right, off to Zul'Gurub. We should actually just be able to pop over right here. It's right there. Honor system on Discord, and then we pay out on Tuesday. How does... Can you, like, just pay out channel points? Like, can I spawn in channel... Like, how does that work? Chug, you're currently drinking my favorite pre-workout drink? What's my favorite pre-workout drink? Dare I ask? Dare I ask? Oh, wait. Oh, I had a small heart attack there. I was flying over and I saw Deadwind pass, but it is Stranglethorn Vale. Phew. Ooh, Ghosty Sodies. Those are good. Yeah. Well, and Chug is in the States right now. The ghosts in the States are better than the ghosts we get in Canada. You live in Scotland? When are we coming? It's August like 23rd to 24th in Glasgow. I think the competition is. Correct? Yes, correct. So it'll be then. You hope I get second place? I would be ecstatic with second place at Worlds. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'll take that all day. Imagine. Oh, I gotta switch my specs. I'm still outlaw, so But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to both the strongman competition and the powerlifting competition. Been pushing the strength training again, so it's been feeling good. Switch to assassination for the fan of knives. We'll get that gold. Well, actually, we're going for the mount. It's not really the gold, but you know what I mean. Full English breakfast plus a Guinness. Ooh, I love a good full English breakfast. Strongman, your brother's a strength coach in Edinburgh, so he might be there. Yeah, he might be there then. It's the natural world's strongest man competition is what we're doing. Go for a full Scottish instead if you're in Glasgow. True. I'll be eating well. Although I have to cut weight for my weight class, so it'll have to be after the competition that I could eat well. But give me some time. Looks like Primal Bat Leather has kind of made a resurgence in price. Very good. Gotta get the Elementium ore from this guy before we go up for the first of our 2 mount drop attempts. I might actually have to clean my bags out a little bit here too. Sell junk. Perfect. Up we go. Your bro will have some food and beer recommendations if you want them. I'm definitely open to them. Like I said, before competition, I'm going to be on a pretty strict weight cut diet. Post-competition, I'll be trying some local cuisine for sure. Alright, come on, Raptor Mount. Not today for the Raptor Mount, but we can still get the Swift Azulian Panther, so let's go there. Give it a try. Are we still doing a bro traveling 2 weeks after the competition? Yeah, I think like we were looking at the dates. It'd probably be like 1 week. Because 2 weeks does go over Pathwife birthday. Remember? But it'll be like a week and a bit after the competition. We'll be doing like Wales and Ireland together. I think some of our other buddies are coming too. You might never come back, to be honest. Fair. I'm excited. It's gonna come quickly too. Pizza Crunch is a must? What is Pizza Crunch? Is it like a pizza place? I don't know if I'm gonna visit there, Sabah. I don't know. Deep fried pizza? Ooh, that does sound... Guys, I'm getting hungry now. Oh my gosh. I'm getting hungry. I wonder if Pathwife is home. Because I haven't thought of what I'm going to do for dinner. But now I want to eat some food. Some good food. It's in Wales. Yeah, I think we might go down to Wales after the competition. You're on a cut already? Down 200 pounds in 13 months. Oh my gosh. You're killing it. 118 more to go. Goal is 190. Let's go. You're cruising. You're on. You're locked in. That's awesome. Deep fried pizza is the most American thing I've heard. Well, it sounds like it's in Wales. It's Welsh, apparently. From the sounds of it. I mean, while we're here, we may as well skin the ancient tigers, right? Anything deep fried is very Scottish, much like a deep fried Mars bar. I have had a deep fried Mars bar, and it was quite good. There's definitely something to that, yeah. Yep. Glasgow has deep fried pizza. Yeah, that might be a good thing post competition after I've weighed in. That'd be good. All right, let's see if we can't get this mount here. Come on. No Swift Zulian Panther. That's okay, though. Maybe next time. You can hear Jindo the Godbreaker just yelling outside. Jeez, this place really hurts the inventory management, doesn't it? Let's go ahead and sell all junk again. May as well get the Rizashi adders as well. Nice. Looks good. Glasgow will deep fry anything and call it a delicacy, and you say that affectionately. I mean, it sounds pretty good. As a matter of fact, it's making me pretty hungry thinking about it. I gotta cook up some dinner after stream here. I'll probably cook up some chicken, some chicken breast, and maybe some rice. Yeah, that'd be good actually. A little chicken and rice, a little classico. I've been making a nice spiced rice lately, though. Like, a lot of spices go into it. Oh, inventory is full. Okay, good, good, good. Look at what you sent me on Insta. That's what you're going to do for dinner tonight? I'll have to look after. My phone's out charging. It was like dead. I had to plug it in, but I'll have a look. I can only imagine. There we go. Well, no mounts today, guys, but perhaps better luck next time, I suppose. Those were only mounts to try. One day we'll get them. I mean, if we do Zol Grub literally every day, that is probably going to be our mounts that we get for, like, rarer drop rate mounts, right? Like, we can get a lot of kill attempts on those over time. Every month we should be able to get, like, 20 to 30 kills on them, which is just going to add up. 714 Matman, the idea of selling that many arcane crystals would likely flood the market and tank the prices, wouldn't it? Matman, I think you might be behind on the feed. I think because you're on YouTube, sometimes if ads play, it kind of pushes you back. Because I think that was a while ago. But yeah, I wouldn't, if I did get like 430 arcane crystals, yeah, I wouldn't really want to unload them all at once, would you? Might hurt the market a little bit. But yeah, sometimes YouTube, if it gives you an ad, it stops the stream. And then once the ad's done playing, it resumes from where you stopped. So over time, you can kind of get a little bit behind the feed. $30-piece grilled chicken nugget piece from Chick-fil-A, 510 calories, 11 fat, 4 carbs, 98 protein. It sounds good, Chug, but I'm boycotting Chick-fil-A. They almost freaking killed me in an airport. I didn't know they cook with peanut oil, and I bought all their food. I spent like $40, and I was like, you know what? I should probably check for allergens. Yeah, they cook with peanut oil, so I had to give it all to Path Wife. And then I went and bought a Big Mac, because I was starving. We were flying, and we were in the airport. But yeah, I didn't know that Chick-fil-A cooked with peanut oil. I'm sure their grilled chicken stuff is probably fine, but I don't really want to risk that in an airport. Earlier on stream today, I was talking about how I have so many health issues. If I was born in a different era, I don't think I'd be surviving. But yeah, I'll probably make some chicken tonight myself. You didn't think anyone cooked with peanut oil anymore? Yeah, there's a couple, like Five Guys and Chick-fil-A are two of the big ones that still do. So I try to steer clear of those ones. Clear some inventory space here. I'll skip that post. Post that. I think technically it's like refined peanut oil, so I've never had it, but theoretically it's refined enough where the protein is removed, and apparently the protein is what most people who are allergic to nuts are allergic to. So technically speaking, I may not actually be allergic to refined peanut oil, but am I going to try eating it? Nope. No, I'm good, bro. I'm good. That's not something I'm trying. Peanuts aren't nuts as far as you know. They're legumes. Yeah, they are legumes. I'm unfortunate enough, though, to be allergic to nuts and legumes. So I can't have peas either. Peas are a lot of beans. Lentils. Unfortunately. And also most nuts. And soy. And milk. Milk isn't anaphylactic, though. All right, guys. Well, with all that listed and all this talk of food, I think it's about time for me to go make some dinner. Luckily, though, we had the full stream in the afternoon, and zero frames dropped. So that's awesome. It seems like, knock on wood again, that we have figured out the connection issues. So the internet upgrade will probably be staying, and hopefully no more DCs, but GG's, guys. I won't be live tomorrow. No Sneaky Thursday stream. Because I am driving to the city to go to the dentist. So we'll be back on Friday, though. But thank you all for hanging out. And until next time, go with honor, friends. Patholerics signing off.